Chapter 1795. The people of Dongfang clan had already left Dragon Emperor City and returned to the ancestral court of the East Domain. Gu Fei couldn't settle accounts with these people for the time being. The people of Buddhism sect in West Earth had also left. They were afraid that Gu Fei would settle accounts with them after he became a semi-sage. Therefore, they all returned to Spirited Mountain in West Earth and made preparations in advance. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Gu Fei couldn't be resolved. It was essentially different from that of Zhao clan in remote antiquity. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Gu Fei was too deep. The old monk, Heavenly Law, had tried to kill Gu Fei several times in thousandfold Buddha heaven. How could Gu Fei let go of such a deep resentment? Furthermore, Gu Fei had killed the third arhat of a highly respected Buddhist elder not long ago. As Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple, of course Gu Fei would be responsible for this. The East Domain and West Earth were too far away from the South Wilderness. Even if there were teleportation arrays, it would take a lot of time. Gu Fei didn't want to settle accounts with the two major forces so soon. However, there was one thing that Gu Fei had to do. At dawn, Gu Fei and the others entered 100,000 Mountain Range again. At this moment, the 100,000 Mountain Range was full of vigor. The cries of birds and beasts could be heard everywhere. There were faint clouds and mist lingering between the ridges. It was full of vitality. In fact, there were many places with dense spiritual qi in the 100,000 Mountain Range, which were suitable for cultivators to live and cultivate. However, there were already two major forces in the 100,000 Mountain Range. Furthermore, there were many dangers in the 100,000 Mountain Range. No one knew how many powerful existences were hiding in there. If one was careless, one might lose his life here. Roar! A deafening roar of a beast resounded. In a mountain forest, a demonic ape grabbed the legs of a tiger and tore it into two halves. On another mountain peak, a golden eagle with a wingspan of over 30 meters was grabbing a huge snake that was over 30 meters long with its sharp golden claws. It was pecking at the brain of the huge snake. This most primitive and bloody scene was constantly happening in this mountain range. These were the two most common things that Gu Fei and the others had encountered. The fierce beasts and birds in the 100,000 Mountain Range were much more powerful than those in the outside world. It should be noted that the weak would be eliminated in the 100,000 Mountain Range. Only the strong could survive. Gu Fei and the others didn't care about it, nor did they intervene. They directly headed towards the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. The Zhou clan of the Desolate clan was a very special clan among the desolate clans in the human realm. This clan's ancestral ground was in the 100,000 mountains. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity was a neighbor of the demon race, and they were also a force that prevented the demon race from entering the southern wasteland. This family had once produced an invincible Renhuang. Their heritage was not inferior to that of other families of the remote antiquity. This family had been guarding this place for a long time, constantly fighting against the Devil clan in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. This is the ancestral court of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Three figures appeared at the top of a mountain peak and looked at the area in front of them. The mountains in front of them were winding and lush with trees. Each of the trees was over 300 meters tall. Some of the trees were even hundreds of meters tall. The huge canopies of the trees covered an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There were birds flying above the canopies and dragons roaming the mountains. This was a place where spiritual qi gathered. There must be ancestral veins under the ground. Another land of dragons. All the good places in the world have been taken by these people. He Tian's eyes turned red again when he saw the area in front of him. The towering mountains were like dragons lurking above the ground. There were only a few places like this in the entire human world. The heritage of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan is not something that ordinary forces can compare with. Gu Zhong was amazed. Only the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan that had produced invincible Renhuangs could have such a place. Ordinary factions would not be able to truly possess such a spirit land, and it would only bring them great disaster. This was because even more powerful factions would try to take it from them. There was no logic to this at all. A land of soaring dragons was enough to make all powers go crazy. One had to know what it meant for a great sect to possess such a land. It was not a coincidence that these ancient powers that had produced Renhuangs were able to continue to pass down their lineage. Moreover, in every era, there would be one or two unparalleled figures. Cultivating in such a place was definitely much faster than cultivating in those caves. Moreover, living in such a place would allow one to be nourished by the spiritual chi of the ancestral earth veins day and night. Over time, one's physique would also change. Shwa. Just then, a figure dashed out from the soaring dragonland and quickly arrived at the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. It was obvious that the arrival of Gu Fei's group had caught the attention of the Zhou clan of the primordial era. Who are you? Why have you come here? The person was a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle demeanor. At first glance, he looked like a teacher in a village. It was as if he was not a cultivator at all. However, this was only the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. In fact, this middle-aged cultivator was extremely powerful. Not many cultivators below the half-sage realm would be his match. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei had no need to hide his identity. Thus, he revealed his background. What? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed immediately. You are Gu Fei. The middle-aged cultivator sized up Gu Fei with glittering eyes. He knew Gu Fei's name. During this period of time, there was not a single cultivator in the entire southern wilderness who did not know Gu Fei's name. Gu Fei's name was too famous, causing the middle-aged cultivator to lose his composure. I am, Gu Fei said. Why are you here? Our Zhou clan has no feud with you. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked after hearing that this young cultivator was Gu Fei. Why did this madman come to the Zhou clan's ancestral ground? The middle-aged cultivator felt uneasy. Crack! The middle-aged cultivator crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Gu Fei glanced at his right hand and couldn't help but smile. Who dares to invade my Zhou clan? As soon as the middle-aged cultivator crushed the jade talisman in his hand, a loud roar came from the place in front of him. A shocking murderous intent appeared between the heaven and earth. You want to fight? Gu Fei did not move, but his eyes were sharp like the edge of a blade as he stared at the place in front of him. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure rushed out from the place in front of them. A violent wave of energy spread out. It was a tall figure that looked like a god of war. Arg, you dare to invade my Zhou clan? You are courting death. Chapter 1796. The arrival of Gu Fei's group made the people of the Zhou clan of the primordial dynasty extremely nervous. As the middle-aged cultivator crushed the talisman, a man who looked like a god of war charged out from the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan. He swung the black iron rod in his hand and swung it down at Gu Fei's head. As the rod swung down, an astral wind swept down from the sky. The mountain where Gu Fei's group was at was instantly filled with sand and pebbles. The trees around Gu Fei and the others were uprooted and then crushed by the biting cold astral winds in the void, sending debris flying in all directions. The astral wind continued to rage. Gu Fei's group had no intention of retreating. Roar! The man let out an angry roar that shook the mountains. He held the black iron rod tightly with both hands and swung it down with all his might. The extremely violent force shook the sky and the sky. Whoosh! Wherever the black iron rod passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be torn open in the void. If one were to be hit by this rod, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. The power of this rod made even the middle-aged cultivator's expression change as he backed away. Bang! The black rod swung down. What? The big man was shocked to the extreme. The staff he struck out with all his strength was actually blocked by a single hand. The violent power was unable to shake that person in the slightest. A large hand firmly grasped the black iron rod. Blood seeped out of the hands of the burly man that were gripping the black iron rod tightly. His wrists were broken, and blood dripped down along the black iron rod. The middle-aged cultivator was also shocked at this scene. He knew very well the strength of this mountain. This man was a battle immortal. His combat ability was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, this young cultivator caught the black iron rod that the battle immortal had swung down with all his might with just one hand. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Gu Fei grabbed the black iron rod with one hand and revealed a sneer on his face. "I mean no harm. I'm only here to ask something." He didn't let go of the black iron rod. His voice was extremely calm. At his level of cultivation, he had nothing to fear even if he were to face an ancient, desolate power. Even if his opponent used a Run Huang divine weapon, he might not be able to threaten his life. "Roar!" The burly man roared again and again as he tried to pull the black iron rod out of Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei's hand did not budge at all. No matter how hard the battle immortal tried, even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At this moment, this war immortal finally understood how strong and terrifying his opponent was. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. This Gu Fei's battle prowess was truly terrifying. "Since you don't have any ill intentions, how about we just let it go?" The middle-aged cultivator walked over. At this moment, he realized that Gu Fei's reputation was well-deserved. In fact, he was even stronger than he had expected. A successful martial body was truly powerful. It was probably invincible among those of the same level. This tall battle immortal was a battle maniac nurtured by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. He lived by fighting and protected the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. However, such a powerful battle immortal, in his opponent's eyes, was probably no stronger than an ant. Humph! Gu Fei swung his right hand that was holding onto the black iron rod. The battle immortal, along with the black iron rod, flew out and fell into the soaring dragon field. "Brother Gu, sorry for not coming out to greet you." At this moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the soaring dragon field. The one leading them was a young cultivator wearing a golden crown. Judging from his appearance, this cultivator was only in his 20s. However, everyone knew that in the world of cultivation, one could not judge a person's age based on their appearance alone. "You are—" Gu Fei was startled when he saw the young cultivator. He had never seen this person before. Since when did the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produce someone like this? He sensed an extremely powerful ripple of energy from this young cultivator. The young man quickly arrived at the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. "You can leave now," the young man said to the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator quickly nodded and left. "Brother Gu's name is truly well known among Emperor Zhou. You truly live up to your reputation." Emperor Zhou seemed to be a friendly person. He did not seem to be distant in front of Gu Fei's group at all. His friendliness made Gu Fei's group feel a little embarrassed. "Emperor Zhou." Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Was there such a person in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era? "I have been in seclusion and have only come out recently. It is not surprising that Brother Gu has never heard of my name." Emperor Zhou smiled. His face remained smiling. "Oh, I see." Gu Fei's group nodded. No wonder they had never heard of such a person in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. It seemed like he had only just started out. "I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask something. I will leave after that." Gu Fei was very direct. He wanted to know one thing. "Oh, I don't know what Brother Gu wants to know. I will tell you everything I know," Emperor Zhou said. Buying a favor from Gu Fei wasn't a bad thing. Then, Gu Fei asked Emperor Zhou about Guangqing's celestial sect. He also asked about Li Mengyao, the little junior martial sister of Guangqing celestial sect. The reason why Gu Fei came here was to know about Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou revealed an unnatural expression on his face. Brother Zhou, do you know about Li Mengyao and junior martial sister Li's current situation? Gu Fei was a little nervous. After all, he and Li Mengyao had an unclear relationship in the virtual sky world back then. Junior martial sister Li, brother Gu Yu. Hearing that Gu Fei actually called Li Mengyao junior martial sister, Emperor Zhou's expression became even more colorful. He had just started cultivating and didn't know about the relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. In fact, even the higher-ups of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity would have to investigate for a long time to find out about the relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. After all, the three great Dao sects of the human realm had completely declined by this time. Among the three great Dao sects, only Guangqing's celestial sect still had disciples in the cultivation world. Taishian's sect was destroyed and Shangqing's sect was hidden. There were many people who knew about this history, but not many people knew that Gu Fei came from Taishian's sect. It's hard to explain the relationship in detail. I just want to know how junior martial sister Li is now. Gu Fei looked at Emperor Zhou. He wanted to know what he wanted to know from Emperor Zhou's mouth. Li Mengyao? Isn't she the disciple that Grandmaster Lingyue accepted back then? A middle-aged man standing next to Emperor Zhou said, "Where is junior martial sister Li Mengyao?" Chapter 1797. Thousands of years ago, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produced a woman who specialized in the Tao of the sword. Later on, this woman rose to fame in the human realm and was known as the Sword Immortal. After thousands of years, if that female Sword Immortal didn't die, then her current cultivation would definitely be extremely powerful. The reason why Gu Fei came to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era was for Li Mengyao, this woman that he had a special relationship with for a period of time. Even he himself couldn't explain why he couldn't forget about this woman. Even after hundreds of years, Li Mengyao's figure still appeared in Gu Fei's heart from time to time. He had never truly forgotten about her. Li Mengyao is the inner disciple of the spirit moon ancestor. I really can't say for sure about her current situation. Emperor Zhou muttered to himself for a while before saying this. The spirit moon ancestor had a special status in the Zhou clan. Even he had only seen her a few times. Li Mengyao was even more mysterious. Ever since she was accepted as the inner disciple of the spirit moon ancestor, she never showed her face to anyone. Her face was always covered by a veil. This veil was refined by an expert. Even those with divine eyes wouldn't be able to see through it. In the entire Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, there weren't many who had seen Li Mengyao's true appearance. Even a core disciple like Emperor Zhou hadn't seen her before, let alone others. Where is the cultivation place of Senior Spirit Moon? Gu Fei directly asked about the location of the Spirit Moon ancestor. Clearly, he wanted to pay a visit to this Spirit Moon ancestor. At his level of cultivation, there was nowhere in this world that he couldn't go. The Spirit Moon ancestor's cultivation must have already transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm. However, in this human realm where one couldn't enter the divine realm, this senior's cultivation was only at the quasi-sage realm. Gu Fei was very confident that the current him didn't fear the quasi-sage realm, unless it was an abnormal existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. No one could truly threaten him. This Emperor Zhou was troubled. As a core disciple of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, he was very clear about the temperament of the upper echelons of the Zhou clan. This spirit moon ancestor had been out of the world for many years. Even if some of the outstanding disciples in the clan wanted to meet this ancestral master and ask for her guidance, it was not an easy thing to do, let alone an outsider like Gu Fei. However, Emperor Zhou was unwilling to directly reject Gu Fei. One must know that the person in front of him was a martial saint. If there were no accidents, this person would have a martial body of great success. At that time, very few people in the world would be a match for Gu Fei. The great perfection, martial body, was comparable to a sage and could stand shoulder to shoulder with a sage. Although it was not a martial sage, its combat strength was strong enough to compete with an ordinary sage. Above the large success martial body was the indestructible martial body. If he cultivated the indestructible martial body, no one in the human world would be a match for Gu Fei. Emperor Zhou's vision was very far-sighted. If he could befriend such a person, it would definitely be a great boon for the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Furthermore, even if Gu Fei's martial body could not reach the greater success stage, or even if he was killed, it would not be a loss to the Zhou clan. Many thoughts flashed through Emperor Zhou's mind. At this time, Gu Fei didn't seem to be in a hurry on the surface, but his heart was beating much faster than usual. This Zhou Huang, he was stuttering. He really wanted to punch this guy to the ground. "Brother Gu, please wait. Let me go ask." At this moment, Emperor Zhou could see that Gu Fei would not leave so easily. Li Mengyao seemed to be very important to Gu Fei. This did not seem to be a bad thing. After pondering for a while, Emperor Zhou made this decision. Wanting to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch was not an easy thing to do. However, Gu Fei's request could not be ignored. One must know that at this time, if this matter was not handled well, the Zhou clan would have one more powerful enemy. "Please." Gu Fei did not say much. He knew that with his current cultivation and strength, even the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity would not dare to offend him. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. Emperor Zhou left quickly. Gu Fei wanted to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch, but this matter was beyond his ability. "Who is Li Mengyao?" At this moment, in the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity in the depths of the soaring dragon land, many old fogies were alarmed. Gu Fei's arrival made them feel threatened. The aura of a half-step saint was very sensitive to these old fogies. He seems to be the disciple that Lingyue took in a few hundred years ago. Someone in the Zhou clan murmured. These people all had high statuses in the Zhou clan, belonging to the upper echelons. Every word and action of theirs would attract attention. This person is extremely powerful. His blood and qi are soaring. Could it be the martial body Gu Fei who has been in the limelight recently? Even though these old fogies were in the Zhou clan's ancestral land, their divine sense had spread out and they could sense the aura on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's name had long resounded throughout the southern wasteland. Even these old fogies knew of the existence of a person like Gu Fei. In particular, the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon not too long ago had alarmed many old fogies to spectate the battle. All of them had witnessed Gu Fei's strength. Even the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan wasn't a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei had forcibly refined the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. This method had shocked all the ancient human sovereign bloodlines and other bloodlines that had produced supremes. Soon, on a mountain peak in the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral land, a powerful sword aura burst out. "It's Lingyue. What is she doing?" The others in the ancestral land were incomparably shocked. They hadn't felt such a powerful sword aura fluctuation for many years. Ancestor Lingyue was about to make a move. The moment the sword aura fluctuation appeared, divine runes of the great Tao began to appear in the Zhou clan's ancestral land. A wave of energy enveloped the entire ancestral land. This area of the soaring dragon land was protected by a peerless grand formation. This grand formation should be the handiwork of the ancient human sovereign. Although the ancient human sovereign didn't truly become an invincible extreme saint in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his cultivation and battle prowess could almost compete with extreme supremes. No one in the current era could break a grand formation laid down by such a supreme existence. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to. The Zhou clan is very careful. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at the people from the Zhou clan. They were all extremely nervous. Some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. It should be known that they were facing a madman. Even the Azure Dragon was no match for him. In front of this madman, they were simply ants. "Who wants to see my disciple?" A cold shout came from the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral land. A powerful sword aura fluctuation immediately spread out. The temperature of the entire area rapidly dropped under the impact of this sword aura. Chapter 1798. Sword Fairy Ling, you had come out. She was the only one in the Zhou clan of the ancients who did not cultivate the ancient sovereign's techniques. Instead, she cultivated the way of the sword. Thousands of years ago, Sword Fairy Ling, you roamed the world with her sword. She was almost invincible in the human world. The sword in her hand could break any spell. Today, thousands of years had passed. Sword Fairy Ling Yu's cultivation must have become even more powerful and terrifying. "Who wants to see my disciple?" A white figure walked out from the depths of the Zhou clan of the ancients and headed towards the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. Behind her was Emperor Zhou. Gu Fei's arrival caused the people of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity to be incomparably nervous. One must know that Gu Fei's fame in the southern wasteland had overshadowed everyone else. Everyone else's brilliance was just a tiny fluorescent light in front of Gu Fei. Although the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had to stop because Gu Fei triggered the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint, the power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline had been destroyed by Gu Fei. He had already lost. The experts of the Azure Dragon clan knew very well what it meant when the bloodline of a supreme beast was destroyed. "It's me." Gu Fei stood on the mountain and looked straight at the white figure that was rapidly approaching. It was a woman, a young and extremely beautiful woman. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. The woman came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of Gu Fei. Return to simplicity. Seeing the woman in white, He Tian's pupils constricted. There was not a trace of sword qi on the woman. It was hard to imagine that she was an extremely powerful sword fairy. Her sword qi was completely restrained and did not leak out. She was like a normal cultivator. From her aura, there was no fluctuation that matched that of a sword fairy. Only someone who had reached the return to simplicity realm would have such a situation. The woman in white glanced at He Tian and then looked at Gu Fei. "You are that Gu Fei." There was no expression on the white-clothed woman's face. Her eyes were incomparably cold, as if she really was a fairy who didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Immortals had to be cultivated to the level of a human. Even half-sages and quasi-sages would experience emotional fluctuations, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Even sages would experience such emotional reactions. However, the woman in front of him gave Gu Fei the feeling that everything in the world had nothing to do with her. She seemed to be an outsider. How could this be? Gu Fei had a bad feeling about this. "I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei looked straight at the white-robed woman. This woman looked very young on the surface, but she had already shaken the world thousands of years ago. She was definitely an old monster. When one's cultivation reached the level of Lingyu Immortal Sword, it was not difficult to stay young forever. "My disciple won't see you." Sword Immortal Lingwe said this directly. Hearing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Li Mengyao was really in the Zhou clan of the Desolation era. Furthermore, she had taken this ice-like woman as her master. What if I insist on seeing her? Gu Fei's expression turned cold. Even though this Sword Immortal Lingye was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Of course, a Sword Immortal who had cultivated to the state of returning to simplicity would definitely have terrifying battle prowess. However, a martial half-sage was also an invincible existence within the same level. Brother Gu, let's talk this out. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Emperor Zhou walked up immediately. If these two were to fight, it wouldn't be a good thing. I said I won't see her. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. An extremely obscure sword qi rippled out from Sword Immortal Lingyue's body. Her eyes lit up as well. She was like a heavenly sword that had just been awakened from its slumber. Very well. Gu Fei's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Bang! As his right foot stomped on the ground, the entire mountain shook. Since the soft approach didn't work, he would use the hard approach. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but sweat profusely. He wanted to befriend Gu Fei, but this Grandmaster Lingyue just had to make things difficult for Gu Fei. This is the Zhou clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously, Sword Immortal Lingyue said coldly. I'm behaving atrociously. What can you do about it? As Gu Fei spoke, a shocking aura erupted from his body. A monstrous blood qi surged out from the top of his head. It was as if a huge dragon was circling above his head. Such a powerful blood qi, Emperor Zhou's expression changed. The human race martial physique was indeed extraordinary. Its blood qi was comparable to that of a primordial dragon. The strength of this martial physique was definitely extremely powerful. He Tian and Gu Zhong immediately retreated far away. This guy is going to be unlucky. He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't have high hopes for Sword Immortal Lingyue. They were well aware of Gu Fei's battle prowess. He could even put up a fight against a demi-sage. Clang! Just as Gu Fei released his aura, a sword chime came from Sword Immortal Lingyue's body. A shocking sword qi appeared between the heaven and earth. What is Lingyue doing? An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds. His blood qi is like a dragon. This human race martial physique is incredible. An old antique muttered to himself. Gu Fei's powerful aura alarmed everyone in the Zhou clan. The grand formation protecting the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds began to activate. The entire Zhou clan's ancestral grounds were soon shrouded in mist that rose from the mountains. Is Lingyue going to fight against a martial physique? Within the ancestral grounds of the Zhou clan, those old antiques who were awakened seemed to have guessed Sword Immortal Lingyue's intentions. She cultivated the Tao of the sword, advancing forward with indomitable will. Now that she had met an opponent as strong as Gu Fei, it was only natural that she wanted to spar with him. But Gu Fei didn't want to fight with Sword Immortal Lingyue. After all, this woman was Li Mingyao's master, but she was forcing him to fight. Since she wants to fight, let's fight. Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone. Even when he was weak, it was the same. If he was truly afraid of someone, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the demi-sage level. Only by believing that he was invincible could he walk further on the path of cultivation. Gu Fei was clear about what he needed and what he was pursuing. Only a pure Tao heart could allow him to advance forward with indomitable will. Being invincible wasn't just an empty statement. Good. Your Tao heart is firm. No wonder you could make it this far. Sword Immortal Lingyue stared at Gu Fei with sparkling eyes. This little fella, named Gu Fei, was truly extraordinary. This person really had some sort of connection with her disciple. After Li Mengyao became Sword Immortal Lingyue's disciple, she didn't tell Sword Immortal Lingyue about Gu Fei. Perfect sword heart. You're not bad either. Chapter 1799. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, emitting sword aura that shook the heavens and earth. On the mountain top, chilling sword aura rampaged. Trees that were struck by the sword aura fell from the sky. She had yet to make her move, but the aura that Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was displaying was terrifying. At this moment, even Emperor Zhou retreated far away. No one else dared to get close. Come on, let me see what you've got. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was famous thousands of years ago. Gu Fei had only made his debut a few hundred years ago. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon had cultivated for far longer than Gu Fei. In front of her, Gu Fei was just a junior. Humph, Gu Fei coldly harumphed. Facing this icy beauty, he was a little angry. She was too much. He just wanted to see Li Mengyao, that's all. This was not a big deal. You are a senior. Please. Gu Fei looked at Sword Immortal Spirit Moon. His tone was extremely calm, but his eyes were bright like two lamps. They shone so brightly that it was hard to look at them directly. In the next moment, Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's eyes turned extremely sharp. Swoosh! A beam of sword light shot out from her hand and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. The dazzling sword light was purplish gold in color and contained Tao patterns. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart. Ding! With a soft sound, Gu Fei reached out with his right hand. His index and middle fingers pressed together and blocked the incoming sword light. The sword fingers and the sword light clashed, letting out a metallic sound. This, Emperor Zhou and the others from the Zhou clan of the ancients were shocked at this scene. This man was using his flesh and blood to defend against Grandmaster Spirit Moon's sword light. Everyone found it hard to believe, but such an unbelievable thing actually happened in front of their eyes. It was real. Even Sword Immortal Lingyu was shocked. Her opponent's martial body was truly powerful. It was able to contend against her immortal sword. She had never seen such a powerful body in her life. Shwa! The sword light vibrated, and the sword light that had collided with Gu Fei's sword finger suddenly split into countless purple golden sword lights surrounding Gu Fei. The sword lights intertwined and formed a sword net. Bang! Gu Fei changed his sword finger into a fist and punched out. A large hole was immediately punched out of the net of swords, and he stepped out of the hole. Heaven covering palm. Gu Fei did not hold back and immediately used this martial arts battle technique. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky. The huge hand filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth as it slammed down toward Sword Immortal Lingyu. The massive hand encompassed the entire heaven and earth, completely sealing off Sword Immortal Lingyu's path of retreat. The martial arts and battle skills that Gu Fei displayed were not inferior to those divine abilities and great arts in the slightest. In fact, they were even more powerful. The supreme power was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens and the earth. Buzz! Sword Qi vibrated as Sword Immortal Lingyu displayed her formidable battle strength. Her entire body turned into a divine sword that shot up into the sky, clashing head-on with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. She wanted to break through Gu Fei's hand and rush out. Lingyu lass, she's going all out right from the start. From the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds, an old man from the Zhou clan was watching the battle from the sidelines. Sword transfiguration. Gu Fei could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw this. This Sword Immortal Lingyu had actually cultivated her sword Tao to such a level. This was truly becoming one with the sword. The sword was her and she was the sword. Even becoming one with the sword is useless. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm. He knew that many experts from the Zhou clan were watching from the shadows. If he did not display some of his strength, the Zhou clan would think that he did not live up to his reputation. Rumble! As the gigantic palm pressed down, the void beneath it began to crumble and disintegrate. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's palm, interweaving with the laws of the great Tao. This was a supreme and invincible martial Tao law. It was like a peerless martial ancestor attacking, capable of destroying everything. Oh no! The appearance of the primordial Tao patterns caused the old men in the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds to be shocked. This martial body was incredible. He had already comprehended his own Tao. As long as this Tao reached a certain level, he would be able to become a saint. However, this was extremely difficult. Since ancient times, especially during the late primordial era, no one had ever become a saint. Clang! As Gu Fei's gigantic palm pressed down, the divine sword that shot up into the sky was immediately blocked. The 9 primordial Tao patterns locked the divine sword in place, wanting to suppress it. What Emperor Zhou and the others were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this. This Gu Fei was simply too strong. Even Patriarch Ling Yu's one sword to destroy all was useless against him. Buzz! Sword Immortal Ling Yu transformed into a sword. The divine sword vibrated continuously, wanting to break through Gu Fei's gigantic palm. The dazzling sword light was incomparably scorching, as though it was going to melt the void. Emperor Zhou and the others found it hard to look at the divine sword directly. However, no matter how much Sword Immortal Ling Yu activated the sword energy in her body, she was unable to change anything. The 9 primordial Tao patterns seemed to have existed since the ancient times. The aura of the divine Tao coiled around them, displaying a great power. This woman is overestimating herself. Gu Zhong stood in the void and sneered. His master was a martial arts half-saint. No matter what, one sword to destroy all was nothing in front of his master. The path of becoming a saint through brute force is truly too domineering. He Tian could not help but sigh. Gu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques were too powerful. His single palm seemed to be able to shatter the entire world. It was terrifying. The battle prowess of sword immortals was much stronger than ordinary cultivators to begin with. Sword immortals had another title, War Immortal. Their offensive power was definitely one of the best amongst all cultivators. However, Sword Immortal Ling Yu was not facing an ordinary cultivator. It was Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's gigantic palm descended, causing the entire mountain to explode. Destructive ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light shot out from the billowing dust. Emperor Zhou and the others had no choice but to retreat far away to avoid this destructive power. Have mercy! An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhou family's ancestral grounds. A figure then appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the Zhou family. Wah! At that moment, the beam of sword light took on a human form. Sword Immortal Ling Yu fell from the state of one with the sword. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei's attack just now had injured her vitality. This is the legendary martial body. Sword Immortal Ling Yu had made her debut thousands of years ago. However, it was already too late for anyone to become a saint back then. No matter how outstanding she was, she could not cross that threshold. In her era, there was no successful cultivation of a martial body. However, she had heard of the legends of a martial body. The human martial body only cultivated the physical body and not the primordial spirit. It walked the path of becoming a saint through brute force. The physical body was the source of power. When cultivated to the major stage, one would be almost indestructible. If one could truly cultivate the indestructible body, only the extreme Tao Supremes would be able to fight against them. Little friend, you have some tricks up your sleeves. The old man was old and clumsy. He looked like a man with one foot in the grave. However, Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this old man. He could sense an obscure ripple of power from this old man. This was a peerless figure. Gu Fei knew that if he had not undergone the tribulation of half-sage, he would not have been able to see through this old man. The pressure that this old man gave him was far greater than the pressure that Sword Immortal Ling Yu gave him. Actually, Sword Immortal Ling Yu was not a weakling. It was a pity that she had met him. Old man, I'm only here to see an old friend. What you're doing is a little too much. Gu Fei said calmly. He did not let his guard down just because he had defeated Sword Immortal Ling Yu. The old man's cultivation and strength were definitely not weaker than his. It's not a good thing for a young man to be impetuous. The old man laughed. He also felt an immense pressure that he had not felt for many years from this young cultivator. His instincts told him that this young man was very dangerous. "Old man, do you want to fight too?" Gu Fei was very direct. Things that could not be explained through words could only be solved with fists. Using one's strength to fight was often more effective than using one's mouth to solve a problem. Heart as clear as a mirror, courageous and courageous. Very good. Seeing how straightforward Gu Fei was, the old man could not help but look up to him a little more. People like this would not change their minds once they had made up their minds. This kind of straightforward nature was also a manifestation of the Tao heart. Only people like this could cultivate the most difficult skills. Their will was incomparably firm, fearless of all obstacles, and courageously. "You're destined to be disappointed this time." At this moment, Sword Immortal Ling Yu walked over. She looked at Gu Fei and said these words, "Greetings, old granduncle." Sword Immortal Ling Yu bowed to the old man. This old man had a frightening background. Even Sword Immortal Ling Yu had to address him as old granduncle. This old man was definitely a super antique. One had to know that Sword Immortal Ling Yu's status in the Zhou clan was high enough. But even she had to be respectful in front of this old man. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Gu Fei's sword-like eyebrows immediately straightened and his eyes flickered. "Humph! I said that you're destined to be disappointed this time." Sword Immortal Ling Yu's voice was extremely cold. "Yub." Gu Fei's expression changed. Did something happen to Li Mengyao? He unconsciously took a step forward. "Young friend, calm down." The old man was afraid that Gu Fei would attack Sword Immortal Ling Yu, so he also took half a step forward. One had to know that this person was a martial half-sage. Once he attacked, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. Sword Immortal Ling Yu might be strong, but she was definitely not a match for this young cultivator. "My disciple is currently in a life and death seclusion. If you want to destroy her body and soul, you'll have to alert her." Sword Immortal Ling Yu said, "Li Mengyao is in a life and death seclusion." Gu Fei was shocked. Life and death seclusion wasn't a normal seclusion. It was a secret art that allowed one to wander between life and death. Chapter 1800. The fact that Li Mengyao was in a life and death state surprised Gu Fei. One should know that ordinary cultivators wouldn't do something like this. Only those cultivators who had reached a dead end and had no choice but to go back and take the risk. She, judging from Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's demeanor, Gu Fei knew that Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's words couldn't be false. Someone like Sword Immortal Spirit Moon would never lie. Li Mengyao is really in a life or death situation. The old man spoke. "Master!" This, Gu Zhong and He Tian were stunned. They didn't think this would be the result. The person Gu Fei was looking for was in the Zhou clan, but he couldn't see her. "Brother Gu, if you are worried about your old friend, why don't you stay at the Zhou clan and wait for her to come out?" Emperor Zhou wanted to befriend Gu Fei because he could see Gu Fei's potential. Since they couldn't become enemies, they could only become friends. That was the wisest choice. The old man and Sword Immortal Ling Yuan nodded at Emperor Zhou's behavior. The Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan had suffered greatly at the hands of Gu Fei. One should know that the foundation of the two great clans was not inferior to the primordial Zhou clan. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhou." Gu Fei cupped his hands at Emperor Zhou and said, "See you again." He turned and left. He wasn't in a good mood. There was no point in staying here. He wouldn't be able to see Li Mengyao in the end. "Sigh, Brother Gu!" Emperor Zhou wanted to stop Gu Fei, but Gu Fei was already 100 miles away. Even the old man and Sword Immortal Ling, you couldn't help but be moved by such speed. Even they didn't have such speed. It was no wonder that the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family were at a disadvantage against Gu Fei. Gu Zhong and He Tian chased after Gu Fei. The outcome of this trip to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era had protected the Guangqing immortal sect for hundreds of years, especially since Li Mengyao was the disciple of Sword Immortal Spirit Moon. Gu Fei really couldn't lose his temper. The 100,000 mountains were incomparably vast. Even a force like the Zhou clan of the ancients only occupied a very small area of the 100,000 mountains. There were many unknown ruins in the mountains. Some ruins could even be traced back to ancient times. There were many unknown secrets buried in the 100,000 great mountains. However, the Myriad Mountains was also a place that was revered in the entire mortal world, because there were many restricted areas in the mountains that could devour powerful cultivators. The power of the ancient experts' laws wouldn't disappear so easily. Some of the ancient ruins were filled with hidden dangers. Entering those ruins would be life-threatening. Just as Gu Fei and the others left the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity, a group of explorers who had entered the 100,000 mountains were walking through a mountain ridge that had yet to be discovered. "Boss, how much longer until we reach that place?" A young cultivator in black armor asked the leader of the group. This was an expedition team composed of 12 people. Expeditions made up of cultivators like this often appeared in dangerous areas like the innumerable mountains. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. It was difficult for them to obtain advanced cultivation techniques, so they could only explore and enter ancient ruins. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient cultivators and become powerful existences. If they were unlucky, their lives would be in danger. Hang Xiong was the leader of this expedition team. He was the one who organized this expedition team. Hang Xiong stopped when he heard this. He reached into his bosom and took out an item wrapped in yellow satin. He carefully opened the package and revealed a scroll made from an unknown beast's hide. Hang Xiong carefully held the scroll and carefully opened it. On the scroll was a topographical map. The map was marked with various names in ancient characters. The others immediately surrounded Hang Xiong when they saw him take out the map. "Look, we just crossed the great pond of the underworld. We'll reach our destination after crossing the Crouching Dragon Ridge." Hang Xiong was a little excited. He had traded this ancient scroll for a piece of scarlet blood, divine gold from an old cultivator. Scarlet blood divine gold was a divine material for refining tools that cultivators had been dreaming of for a long time. A piece of scarlet blood divine gold was precious enough to exchange for thousands of kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. However, immortal crystals were basically useless to cultivators like them who had already become immortals. The spiritual energy contained in immortal crystals was too little. An immortal needed to consume too much spiritual qi during cultivation. Unless one occupied a spirit vein, it was absolutely impossible to provide an endless supply of spiritual qi for an immortal to cultivate. Of course, this ancient map was indeed worth a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. In fact, it was even more precious than a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. There really is a passage to the heavenly realm there. A middle-aged cultivator with fluffy hair said with a trembling voice. The thing they were looking for this time was extraordinary. It was a legendary entrance to the heavenly realm. They wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Everyone knew that the mortal realm and the heavenly realm were not completely separated. At the very least, Ghost Emperor Fengdu had a supreme Tao tool that could open the path to the heavenly realm. Back then, during the chaos of the heavenly market, the appearance of the Sky Bridge attracted the most powerful existences in the world to fight for it. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his great power and suppressed the Sky Bridge. Then he took this supreme Tao tool away. In the eyes of an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, it was not the right time to open the passage between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. However, if there really was a passage to the heavenly realm in the 100,000 mountain range, then the entire cultivation world would be shaken. Some old guys would definitely jump out at the first moment. There should be no mistake. Legend has it that the palace of an extreme Tao sovereign fell from the ninth heaven and formed. Hung Xiong was very cautious. This ancient map had been passed down for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, someone had once entered that broken palace and obtained some fortuitous encounters. The old man who gave the map to Hung Xiong was the descendant of the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace 10,000 years ago. The crouching dragon ridge is in front. Let's continue. Hung Xiong put away the scroll and continued forward. Although they were immortals, they did not fly in the sky. Instead, they walked step by step on the ground. This was something they had no other choice. There were originally not only 12 of them. A total of 18 people entered the 100,000 mountain range. 6 of them died one after another. 2 of them had inexplicably barged into a valley while flying in the sky. They had triggered an unknown restriction and were unable to walk out of it. As for the other 4, they were devoured by the hidden monsters in the Great Pond of the Underworld when they were crossing the Great Pond of the Underworld. The Great Pond of the Underworld was a forbidden area in the 100,000 mountain range. Some people said that this was a passage between hell and the mortal realm. There was stagnant water of the underworld gushing out. The monsters here were extremely powerful. Moreover, they relied on the death chi of the underworld to cultivate. As long as they were contaminated by the death chi of these monsters, even immortals would die. Hung Xiong and the others were actually very lucky to be able to survive. Roar! Just as Hung Xiong and the others were heading towards the crouching dragon ridge, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the direction of the crouching dragon ridge. Hung Xiong and the others were shocked. Although they were very far away, the rumbling sound waves still made their blood boil. Those with weaker cultivations already had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Everyone was shocked. The power of this roar was too powerful. The mountains were shaking. This was definitely the roar of an extremely terrifying monster. Could it be that the dragon is still here after 10,000 years? Hung Xiong's expression became extremely ugly. The mountain range in front of them was called the Crouching Dragon Ridge for a reason. 10,000 years ago, there was a dragon that resided there. 10,000 years ago, the dragon was already very powerful. Even the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace did not succeed in taming the dragon. If the dragon was still there after 10,000 years, then the dragon's cultivation would have probably reached a level where it could kill immortals. From the roar, one could tell that the monster had definitely surpassed the immortal realm. What's going on? Gu Fei was flying in the sky when he suddenly heard a roar from deep in the left side of the mountain range. The place where the roar came from was 10,000 miles away from where he was. Dragon Chi! Then Gu Fei's expression turned serious. He stopped and looked in the direction of the roar. He saw bolts of lightning descending from the sky and striking the mountain range below. Someone is going through the tribulation. He Tian and Gu Zhong walked over. It seems like the one going through the tribulation isn't human. Gu Fei frowned. He sensed an extremely weak wave of dragon chi in front of him. He was very familiar with dragon chi after spending so much time with Old Tortoise. The one going through the tribulation really isn't human. At this moment, He Tian also sensed something strange. Come, let's go and take a look. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, flying in the 100,000 mountain range was not dangerous at all. With his sensitive senses, he could easily capture the slightest wave of power and avoid the dangerous areas. What's going on? Just as Gu Fei flew in the direction of the dragon chi, the expedition team led by Hung Xiong encountered a great danger. The sky changed color and bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Terrifying roars were heard continuously, and the powerful sound waves shook their minds. Chapter 1801. In the crouching dragon ridge, a serpent dragon was undergoing its tribulation. Rumble, an endless amount of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The entire area was shrouded in terrifying lightning. The The sky above the ridge was filled with dark clouds. These were not ordinary dark clouds. They were tribulation clouds. The power of the heavens and earth was brewing. This was only the beginning. Blinding lightning bloomed in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Each lightning bolt was as large as a mountain. Fortunately, these lightning bolts only appeared in the tribulation clouds and did not strike down. Roar! The towering dragon shadow in the crouching dragon ridge roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens and the mountains. It was extremely terrifying. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. Hung Xiong and the others stood on top of a mountain. They were all stunned when they saw the scene. They never thought that they would encounter a heavenly tribulation like this. They might not be able to reach their destination in this expedition. If they wanted to enter the dilapidated palace of Supreme Gu Fei, they would have to cross the crouching dragon ridge. But now they would be affected by the heavenly tribulation if they were to get close to it, let alone cross the crouching dragon ridge. "What should we do?" a middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. "Why don't we take a detour?" a young cultivator suggested. A detour. Upon hearing this, Hung Xiong's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, they could take a detour. However, the ancient map only indicated that the crouching dragon ridge was the safest path. This way, the risk seems to be too great. A skinny old man voiced out his concern. Yes, the map only indicated that this was the safest path. If they took a detour, they might be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. However, no one knew if they would encounter unknown dangers if they deviated from the original path. Although they all had the cultivation and combat strength of an immortal, even an immortal would have to be careful in the 100,000 mountain range. Even an immortal would die if they were to barge into certain dangerous areas. If this serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, we will have nothing to do with it. A cultivator who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. Once a serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, it would become a real godly dragon. This was an extremely important metamorphosis for the flood dragon. This flood dragon's cultivation base and strength had long surpassed the immortal god stage. Once it successfully transformed into a dragon, its cultivation base would probably undergo a huge leap. At that time, the ancient sovereign's ruined palace would be occupied by the flood dragon, and Hung Xiong and the others would have no chance at all. This flood dragon had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. It was very likely that it also wanted to obtain the peerless divine material from the ancient Supreme's ruined palace. The power of the heavenly tribulation continued to condense, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire world. The powerful energy fluctuations forced Hung Xiong and the others to retreat further away. "This is too scary." Everyone was incomparably shocked. The heavenly tribulation of dragonization that the flood dragon had triggered was simply too powerful. The entire world seemed to be pressing down, and the world was filled with an almost suffocating pressure. "Let's make a detour." In the end, Hung Xiong and the others could only take a detour. The dragonization, heavenly tribulation summoned by the flood dragon was too terrifying. It was not something they could fight against. Since the road ahead was blocked, they could only take a detour. Of course, if they took a detour, they would have to take many unnecessary detours. Moreover, they would also have to face unknown dangers. Everyone's mood was very heavy. In this great world of the mortal realm, although immortals and gods were not everywhere, the number of immortals and gods in the mortal realm was definitely a huge number. In this great world of the human realm, there was no lack of experts. Hung Xiong and the others were independent cultivators. There was no faction behind them that could protect them. This was also the reason why they took the risk to enter the ruined palace of the ancient sovereign. If they could obtain some of the cultivation methods of the ancient sovereign, it would be enough for them to cultivate for the rest of their lives. For independent cultivators, the risk was worth it. Just as Hung Xiong and the others took a detour, the dragonization, heavenly tribulation of the old flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Ridge was finally activated. Terrifying lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds with a destructive power. It was only the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon above the mountain was blasted apart by the power of the lightning. The 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge was not the real body of the old flood dragon. It was merely a shadow formed by the dragon chi released by the old flood dragon. Swoosh! The destructive tribulation thunder swept down from the sky, and a huge mountain was hit by this tribulation thunder. It silently turned into powder and dissipated in the void. Roar! A series of dragon roars came from the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge. The old flood dragon was desperately resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a crucial moment of life and death for it. As long as it could survive this, it could become a real dragon. The dragonization, heavenly tribulation, was activated. The power of the heavens and earth shook in all directions. All the living beings in the mountains were trembling in fear. It was as if the end of the world had come. The heavenly tribulation lasted for about 6 hours. The entire Crouching Dragon Ridge was flattened by the lightning. The terrifying power of destruction destroyed an area. With Crouching Dragon Ridge as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was completely destroyed. Crouching Dragon Ridge became history and no longer existed. Han Xiong and the others who had taken a detour were stunned by this heavenly tribulation. It destroyed an area of a few hundred miles. The power of this heavenly tribulation was many times greater than when they went through the immortal God tribulation. Old Flood Dragon had succeeded. In a large pit created by the tribulation thunder, there was a badly mutilated dragon lying there. This dragon was no more than 100 feet long, and some parts of its body even revealed its white bones. Although it had passed the dragonization, heavenly tribulation, the old flood dragon had almost died. It had suffered unprecedented damage. This was the weakest moment of the old flood dragon that had just passed the dragonization, heavenly tribulation. If someone attacked it at this moment, it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Han Xiong and the others did not dare to attack the old flood dragon. One should know that the battle power that the old flood dragon had displayed during the heavenly tribulation was enough to kill them countless times. Even if a powerful person came, they might not be able to subdue the old flood dragon. Let's go. If the old flood dragon recovers, we'll be in trouble. Han Xiong and the others hurriedly rushed towards the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. The place where the palace was located was a pile of ruins that had sunk into the ground. Among the ruins, there were still many buildings standing. Soon, a cliff appeared in front of Han Xiong and the others. It was pitch black below the cliff. Gusts of wind blew up from below. In front of the cliff was the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. Chapter 1802. An ancient and vicissitude lingered in the air. This was an ancient land that had existed for countless years. The power of time could not erase this ruin. We're here. Everyone was extremely excited. Some even shed tears. They had gone through so many hardships and even lost their lives just to enter the ruins in front of them. What are you waiting for? Han Xiong shouted excitedly. He was the first to jump off the cliff and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all had a crazy look in their eyes and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. They had gone through so many hardships to come to this place. Wasn't it just to enter the ruins in front of them that had sunk into the ground? The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. This was definitely an incredible ruin. There might really be treasures left behind by an ancient supreme. At this moment, in a huge pit after the heavenly tribulation, a strand of dragon chi lingered in the air. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was gradually attracted and gathered towards the old dragon in the pit. Although the old dragon had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, it had suffered unimaginable damage. It could not recover in a short period of time. At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky above the pit. They were so silent that even the old dragon did not notice them. The taste of roasted dragon meat might be good. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Who is it? The old flood dragon's shock was no small matter. When it was undergoing the tribulation, it did sense the aura of human cultivators in the distance. However, those human cultivators were very weak and did not pose any threat to it at all. The old dragon raised its head and saw two human cultivators standing in the air above it. This old flood dragon was shocked to the extreme and also scared to the extreme. At this moment, he was extremely weak and was no match for these two human cultivators. This old dragon is quite impressive. He actually passed the heavenly tribulation. One of the two human cultivators, a young cultivator, looked at the old flood dragon lying in the big pit below without any expression on his face. A pot of dragon meat soup. Sounds good. Next to the young cultivator was a similarly young cultivator with a hint of evil on his face. His words caused old flood dragon to tremble in fear. You. Elder Jiao's heart trembled. Was the other party really going to eat him? The flesh of a true dragon was a great supplement. It contained dragon essence, and even if an immortal or god ate it, it could increase their cultivation. For powerful existences, it could also increase their corporeal body's vitality. All right, stop scaring this little dragon. When Gufei saw the old flood dragon, he felt a sense of familiarity. This old flood dragon was very similar to Shaoqing. Shaoqing had also slowly cultivated from a Shaoqing snake to a flood dragon. Shaoqing was undoubtedly lucky. He met Gufei and was taught the dragon clan's secret skills by Old Tortoise. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. By this time, he should be undergoing the dragonization, heavenly tribulation. Although a flood dragon had the word dragon attached to it, it was not a true dragon at the end of the day. Moreover, it was very difficult for a flood dragon to transform into a dragon. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, he would naturally become a true dragon of the 9 heavens, but if he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. All right, you can play with this little loach here. I'll go find Gu Zhong. He Tian was a restless person. He had no time to waste with this little dragon because Gu Zhong had already chased after the human cultivators. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Swoosh! He Tian directly disappeared into the void. Even the old flood dragon could not see how he left. This, Elder Jiao, was shocked again. He knew that the cultivation of these two human cultivators was far stronger than he had imagined. This made him feel despair. His life was completely in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Little dragon, are you willing to be my disciple? Just as the old flood dragon was feeling uneasy, Gufei said such a thing. What? Hearing this, Elder Jiao could not help but be surprised and happy. This made him feel as if he had been reborn. Did he hear wrongly? Are you not willing? Asked Gufei. His tone was still extremely calm, without a trace of emotion. His desire to be a disciple was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'm willing. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Elder Jiao struggled to lie down at Gufei's feet and kowtowed to Gufei. Very good. Gufei nodded. This old flood dragon could successfully transform into a dragon and did not die under the dragon tribulation. This was enough to prove that his talent was heaven-defying and qualified to be Gufei's disciple. This is a greeting gift from your master. Gufei flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal emitted an extremely pure dragon aura. Inside the crystal, the shadow of a dragon was faintly discernible. Dragon crystal. Elder Jiao had lived for tens of thousands of years. Of course, he knew what the crystal in Gufei's hand was. It was a dragon crystal that could only be born in the depths of the dragon veins. Gu Fei had once obtained a large number of dragon crystals in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. These dragon crystals contained pure dragon aura. This dragon aura was definitely a fatal temptation for the current Elder Jiao. Take it. Gu Fei threw the dragon crystal in his hand. Thank you, Master. Elder Jiao was surprised and happy. He raised his head and swallowed the dragon crystal, then began to refine the dragon aura contained in the dragon crystal. Soon, Elder Jiao's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, Old Dragon could finally move. He soared into the air from the pit and arrived in front of Gu Fei. Then he bowed to Gu Fei to acknowledge him as his master again. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the front. It was a dull sound that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, causing the earth to tremble. That direction, Gu Fei was startled. The source of the voice was the direction where Erebus had disappeared. Could it be that Erebus was stirring up trouble again? Or had something happened? That's where the ancient sovereign's remnant palace is located. Old Flood Dragon transformed into a young cultivator and took on a human form. At his cultivation level, transforming into a human form was just one of the simplest divine abilities. What? Gu Fei's expression became serious. The ancient sovereign's remnant palace. Chapter 1803. Old Jiao had successfully transformed into a dragon. His body was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was a leap to become a dragon. His cultivation base and combat strength had increased exponentially. But even so, Old Jiao's cultivation base couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's, but it was still comparable to Gu Zhong's. Old Jiao's cultivation base was still unstable. It was between the peak of the 9th heaven of a mortal emperor and Almighty. When his cultivation base stabilized, he might break through the shackles of cultivation and become Almighty. Old Jiao recovered very quickly after being nourished by the dragon qi in the dragon crystal. However, at this moment, a loud noise was heard. A powerful wave of energy caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Both Gu Fei and Old Jiao were taken aback. In the 100,000 mountain range, there were some areas that were extremely dangerous. Even Almighty would be in danger if he barged into these areas. It's the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Old Jiao's expression changed. Someone had barged into the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. It was a palace that fell from the 9th heaven in the legendary era. The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Gu Fei was shocked. Swoosh! He directly disappeared into the void. Anything that was related to ancient supreme beings was not something that ordinary people could touch. Even though the palace was in ruins, it was no exception. One should know that the Tao marks of a supreme were immortal. No matter how many years had passed, these Tao marks would still gather spiritual qi and couldn't be destroyed by time. It would be terrible if He Tian and the others touched the Tao marks of a supreme. 1,000 miles away from the original Crouching Dragon Ridge, an area suddenly sank and a cliff appeared among the mountains. Such a landform was definitely not formed naturally. A palace that fell from the 9 heavens is way too big. Gu Fei's figure appeared on the cliff. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the ruins below the cliff. There were still many buildings that hadn't collapsed yet. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see the end of the ruins. Such a place must have existed for countless years. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the vicissitudes and ancient aura coming from the ruins at the foot of the cliff. Master! At this time, the old flood dragon in the form of a young cultivator arrived. This was the second disciple that Gu Fei had accepted. This master is really unfathomable. I can't even see through him. Old Dragon was secretly shocked. Do you know the origin of these ruins? Gu Fei asked directly. The supremes of the ancient times were extremely mysterious. No one knew how many supremes had appeared in the distant past. This disciple only knows some legends about these ruins. said Old Dragon respectfully. In front of Gu Fei, even though he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he did not dare to be negligent. This was because his new master was very strong. Intuition told old Jiao that if his master wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It would be no different from crushing an ant. Speak. Gu Fei's words were concise and direct. Yes, it is said that these ruins appeared before the Age of Chaos. It has existed since the Age of Mythology. Old Dragon said everything he knew. It turned out that these ruins had existed for a very, very long time. The Age of Mythology was a period of time much longer than the Age of Chaos. This period of time had been lost in the long river of history. However, even today, some ruins from the Age of Mythology could still be found. This was because the Supreme's Tao patterns could not be destroyed by the power of time, unless they were attacked by the same level of Supremes. These Tao patterns would not be destroyed. Therefore, in the cultivation world, things that were passed down from the Age of Mythology were extraordinary. Perhaps they were things that the ancient Supremes once possessed. The 100,000 mountains had existed for a very long time. When these mountains were formed, no one could say for sure. However, it was certain that the 100,000 mountains had existed since the Age of Chaos. Many secrets of the world were buried here. The Supreme's palace from the Age of Mythology fell from the sky and formed these ruins. This was a ruin from the Age of Mythology. This really shocked Gu Fei. To him, the Age of Mythology was really too long ago. It was said that it was an era where Xiantian life forms fought for supremacy. After the end of the mythological era, although there were still Xiantian life forms born in the world, these Xiantian life forms were far inferior to the Xiantian life forms born from chaos. What kind of existence was the Supremes of the Age of Mythology? Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei finished listening to old Jiao's words, suddenly a dazzling divine light rushed out from the gloomy ruins in front of him. It was a ray of sword light. It's the human cultivators from before. Old Jiao frowned. When he was going through the heavenly tribulation, he sensed the existence of 12 human cultivators. These human cultivators had actually entered this ancient ruins. They really don't know what's good for them. Old Jiao cursed in a low voice. He had been guarding the crouching dragon ridge for tens of thousands of years and had never dared to enter the ruins. Those human cultivators had recklessly entered the ruins. Ha ha! Suddenly a loud laughter came from the depths of the ruins. That laughter was none other than He Tian. Roar, I'll kill you! With a roar, 2 figures appeared in Gu Fei's sight. What surprised Gu Fei was that the person running in front was He Tian. This guy was someone who would even catch a wild goose flying in the sky. Since when was he willing to be at a disadvantage? He was actually being chased by someone. The person chasing after Erebus was a cultivator with a godly build. This cultivator was on the verge of going mad. Killing intent surged from his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted nothing more than to tear Erebus apart. No way. Seeing this, Gu Fei was bewildered as well. To think that the person chasing after Mai Tian was an immortal god. This was way too strange. An immortal was chasing after a half-sage. If this was spread, no one would believe it. What was going on? Where did Gu Zhong go? This scene made Gu Fei confused. Old Jiao's eyes were wide open. He was shocked to find that the person running in front of him could actually avoid some dangerous places. For example, if someone leaped over the low wall would emit a beam of killing light, killing the person who leaped into the air. Old Jiao had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. He had seen many people die in this place. Because of this, he did not dare to enter the ruins. Chapter 1804. That's your Uncle Master He. This guy is definitely a weirdo. You'll find out in the future. Even Gu Fei blushed when he saw He Tian being chased around by an immortal. It was too embarrassing. However, he soon realized that He Tian was not afraid of the immortal level cultivator. Instead, he was playing with the immortal level cultivator. Uncle Master, hey, Tian. Old Jiao remembered the name. Despicable guy, hurry up and give us back our things. Hung Xiong's eyes were red. They had entered the ruins of the mythological era, but they were unlucky. Not long after they entered the ruins, someone triggered the remaining restrictions and lost his life. However, when they carefully arrived in front of a collapsed stone tablet, they discovered a divine item at the base of the stone tablet. It was a jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. Although countless years had passed, the jade slip was still crystal clear. There was a spiritual light flowing on it, and there seemed to be ancient words appearing on it. Everyone could sense a Taoist rhyme from the jade slip. Hung Xiong and the others were overjoyed. They thought that they had encountered an unprecedented opportunity, and that the jade slip would definitely contain something they wanted. Therefore, everyone was extremely excited and wanted to take the jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. However, those who could cultivate to the immortal realm were not ordinary people. Hung Xiong and the others were even more careful in this ruins that had existed since the mythological era. No one dared to step forward rashly. However, Hung Xiong and the others could not help but step forward when faced with the divine item from the ancient Supreme Palace. However, the result made them tremble with fear. The first person who walked forward had all his blood essence devoured by an invisible force. Even his soul was extracted and devoured by the shattered stone tablets on the ground. This outcome shocked everyone. There were many bones scattered around the stone tablet. Some of the bones were as white as jade. Obviously, these were the bones of immortals. Did these people all die like this? Very soon, someone came up with an idea, which was to go out and catch some live animals, and then use these animals to explore the dangerous area at the base of the stone monument. Thus, the old man walked back. Soon, he caught many lions, tigers, jackals, and wolves in the mountains. 20 to 30 wild beasts were brought to the base of the stone tablet by the old man using the heaven and earth in his sleeve. However, a shocking scene occurred. When those ordinary beasts approached the base of the stone tablet, they were completely fine. How could this be? Seeing the situation, everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, no one could think of the reason. Could it be that ordinary people and beasts could walk in this kind of ruins? Hung Xiong and the others couldn't wait to fly out of the 100,000 mountains and catch a mortal to try. Such a thought was very unrealistic. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make a trip to and fro the grand myriad mountains. They'd prepared for an entire half a year, and it would take them another 3 months to arrive here after entering the grand myriad mountains. After half a year, the daylilies would turn cold. Therefore, someone suggested that they should either leave or let one of them destroy their own cultivation and become an ordinary person. Then they could retrieve the jade scroll embedded at the base of the stone tablet. This, everyone hesitated. Destroy their own cultivation? They were all rogue cultivators. To be able to cultivate to the immortal realm, they had suffered a lot. It could be said that they'd gone through a lot of hardships. It wasn't easy to obtain the immortal realm's fruit of way. Who would be willing to give up their immortal realm's fruit of way and become an ordinary person without the strength to catch a chicken? I've lived long enough, and I have hidden injuries of the great Tao. It's impossible for my cultivation to improve any further. Let me fulfill your wish. The old cultivator's final words came as a surprise to everyone. No one thought that he would be the one to stand up in the end. Old man, you. After the sloppy old man made this decision, he seemed to be relieved. His eyes flickered, and his essence, chi and spirit were raised to their peak state. You don't have to say any more. Hung Xiong, can you promise me one thing? The sloppy old man looked at Hung Xiong. Speak. Hung Xiong's heart seemed to be blocked by something when he saw that the old man was willing to make such a sacrifice. Was this the final fate of a rogue cultivator? My grandson's physique isn't bad. After I die, I hope you can take him as a disciple for my sake. The old man couldn't let go of his grandson. All right, I promise. Hung Xiong said, "I can rest easy now that you've agreed." After the old man said this, his body began to emit specks of immortal light. This was the essence of the immortal path that the old man had cultivated for countless years. He was unraveling immortality. This was a type of immortal art. Those who used this art could turn their immortal body and immortal essence into a mortal's body. It only took an hour to go from immortal to mortal, but some people couldn't even cultivate their entire lives to become an immortal. An hour later, the old man had become incredibly old. There was no longer any immortal essence coming from his body. He had turned from a high and mighty immortal into a mortal. Old man, the others couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of heroic act of sacrificing oneself to help others wasn't something that just anyone could do. There were 8 other survivors besides Hung Xiong. The old man was on the verge of death. The immortal essence had dissipated, and his immortal body had transformed. His life was almost at its end. Moreover, he still had hidden injuries of the great Tao. These injuries wouldn't disappear just because the old man used the unraveling immortal art. Conservatively speaking, the sloppy old man could only live for a few more hours. Hung Xiong was very sad. "Don't worry, your grandson will definitely be fine as long as I can leave this place alive," Hung Xiong said to the old man. This was equivalent to his oath. The old man nodded and walked to the base of the stele. This time, the old man wasn't affected by the mysterious power. He walked straight to the base of the stele and was about to take out the jade scroll embedded in it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man was shocked. He tried to snatch the jade scroll, but he had lost all his cultivation. There was no way he could match the speed of the person who suddenly appeared. The old man's vision blurred. He saw that the jade scroll at the base of the stele was already in the person's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Runes appeared on the shattered stone tablet, and an unfathomable power was activated, enveloping the person who had suddenly appeared. The power of time. Chapter 1805. There was a strange Tao pattern imprinted on the broken stone tablet. Although the stone tablet was smashed to the ground, the incomplete Tao pattern did not dissipate completely. A power that could deprive one of time erupted. Even someone as strong as He Tian was swept by this power. His right arm was corroded to the point that even his bones were exposed. This, He Tian was extremely shocked. He was a half-step saint, and his blood essence was extremely solid. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense that the blood essence in his right arm was drying up rapidly. His entire arm suddenly lost all feeling, and a jade slip that he was holding in his hand fell to the ground. However, he reached down with his left hand and caught the jade slip in time. Even He Tian would be jealous of a jade slip that was passed down from the mythological era. There were ancient words vaguely visible on the jade slip. Clearly, it was a jade slip that recorded something. The circulation of Tao rhyme. That's an incredible cultivation technique. My Tian broke his right arm, which had lost all signs of life, and instantly retreated. At the same time, life essence began to surge from his severed arm. His muscles and bones began to reform, and his flesh and blood rapidly grew back. In just a few breaths' time, He Tian's severed right arm was completely healed. It was as good as new. You, the old man who had destroyed his own cultivation in order to obtain the jade slip, was so furious that he almost vomited blood when he saw the jade slip he was about to obtain being snatched away. His aged body shook violently and he fell to the ground. Roar! Hung Xiong let out a furious roar and charged at He Tian. A dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand and pierced through He Tian. He was fighting with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted nothing more than to eat He Tian alive. Seeing this, the others also made their moves. However, these people were only at the immortal god realm. They were far from being a match for He Tian. Nevertheless, He Tian did not have the intention to kill them. Swoosh! He immediately retreated. Of course, Hung Xiong and the others wouldn't let He Tian go so easily. Hung Xiong soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. Who are you? Hung Xiong gritted his teeth. In order to obtain that jade slip, they had already sacrificed a few people. The sloppy old man had even destroyed his own cultivation. Strangely enough, the stone tablet's power that could deprive a cultivator of time had no effect on the sloppy old man, who had already become immortal. Only cultivators would have their vitality stripped away by this power. Haha, you want to know who I am? You guys don't have the qualifications. He Tian laughed heartily as he rushed out of the ruins. He seemed to want to escape, but Hung Xiong chased after him with a murderous aura. They had gone through many hardships to come here and paid a heavy price. They were about to obtain a divine item left behind from the mythological era, but this divine item had been snatched away. This almost drove him crazy. Leave that thing behind, or I'll take your life. Hung Xiong roared and continued to control his sword rays to slash at He Tian. He displayed his powerful cultivation as a 9th level immortal. Dazzling sword rays shot out in all directions, lighting up the dark sky. Haha, my life is right here. Come and take it if you can. He Tian looked at Hung Xiong mockingly. The look in his eyes showed that he didn't take this 9th level immortal seriously at all. He was just messing with him. Arg! Hung Xiong was enraged. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't care how strong his opponent was. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill this person and take back the jade slip. Uncle Master Gu seems to be going a little overboard. In another place, Gu Zhong stood on a boulder and shook his head when he saw the scene. These people were merely itinerant cultivators. He knew very well the tragic situation of itinerant cultivators. Without the protection of a sect, itinerant cultivators face the danger of being killed by other cultivators at any time. In the cultivation world, there were many cases of people being killed and robbed. If these itinerant cultivators obtained some rare divine items, they would often be targeted by other stronger itinerant cultivators or powerful cultivators from large sections. The fate of these itinerant cultivators was already determined after being targeted by these people. Killing a rogue cultivator without any background or backing wouldn't cause any trouble, especially for some experts who came from the big sections. They wouldn't have any scruples about it. In the cultivation world, apart from some powerful itinerant cultivators, other itinerant cultivators didn't have a good life. This was also the reason why Hung Xiong and the others took the risk to enter the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't have any cultivation skill, nor did they have any refining materials. They didn't even have a good place to cultivate. The lack of cultivation resources was the biggest reason why these itinerant cultivators took the risk out of desperation. As for the disciples from large sects and forces, they didn't need to care about these things at all. All kinds of cultivation resources would be prepared for them by the sects and forces. Hey Tian, this guy! At this moment, Gu Fei and old Jiao also arrived nearby. Boss, you're here too. Hey Tian saw Gu Fei and hurriedly stopped. Swoosh! At the moment when He Tian stopped, a ray of sword light descended from the sky and slashed at He Tian's head, looking like it was going to split him in half. Humph! He Tian snorted coldly. He didn't even turn his head. He directly turned his back to Hung Xiong and then waved his right hand behind him. Don't kill him. Gu Fei said. Boom! He Tian's right hand directly shattered the ray of sword light. A powerful force directly swept Hung Xiong away, smashing him into a pile of rocks. The people who came from behind Hung Xiong were all extremely shocked when they saw the scene. They couldn't help but stop. Just a wave of his hand, and he broke Boss Hung Xiong's sword light. How is this possible? Is this person an immortal emperor? Or is he even more powerful than an immortal emperor? The remaining people were dumbfounded. One should know that Hung Xiong was a rare sword immortal who had already reached the peak of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, such a powerful sword immortal was completely defeated by a wave of his hand. Roar! Hung Xiong's roar, which sounded like an injured beast, came from the pile of rocks 100 zhang away. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but his opponent was too powerful for him to resist. "I'd like to see what's in this jade slip." He Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He directly used his divine sense to read the contents of the jade slip. However, when He Tian's divine sense came into contact with the jade slip in his hand, something shocking happened. An ancient and mysterious Dao rune suddenly rushed out of the jade slip and imprinted itself on He Tian's forehead. What? Chapter 1806. The jade scroll changed, and a beam of divine light rushed out from it. It was a Dao pattern of the Great Path, and it was imprinted in between my Tian's eyebrows. A divine will went straight into his Naiwen palace. Roar! He Tian's face turned ferocious. He wanted to take me. There was actually a powerful divine sense hidden within the jade slip. This was a divine sense that had existed for countless years. This divine sense most likely belonged to an ancient supreme being. He Tian knew that he was at the brink of life and death. If that divine will rushed into his brain, he would be in danger of being taken. "You want to play this trick with me? I'm not afraid of you." He Tian looked pained, but he still said such cruel words. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was to cultivate the power of the primordial spirit. It was the perfect way to deal with this divine will. This fellow had learned many immortal Dao secret arts from Gu Fei. Primordial sword of Wei. He Tian struggled. The primordial spirit, sitting in his brain, turned into a sword of the great path. It shone with endless divine light and rushed out of his brain. Boom! The sword of the great path hummed. An entire world changed color. This was a half-saint using the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The pressure of a saint was vast, shocking the world. This Hung Xiong and the others were terrified. They never thought that the person who had stolen their things would be so powerful. Half-saint. There was the word saint in it, and it had some of the characteristics of a saint. The aura of the saint filled the air. Hung Xiong and the others were terrified. They knelt on the ground involuntarily, kowtowing to He Tian. Rumble, the primordial sword of Wei, slashed out, forcing back the divine that had rushed out of the jade scroll. The sword of Wei could cut everything in the world. It was the bane of primordial spirits and divine will. This supreme mystic technique, created by the supreme Dao ancestor, had already evolved to the extreme. Once the primordial soul Dao sword was unleashed, even the divine will left behind by a supremacy had to retreat. Of course, this was also because the divine sense hidden in the jade slip was too weak. One must know that this relic was something from the mythological era. Although the will in the jade slip was not extinguished, it had become very weak after such a long time. Otherwise, even if He Tian had cultivated the primordial spirit Dao sword, it would still have been seized. The sword light of the great path burst forth, illuminating the dark world. Gu Fei was also very shocked. He almost attacked, but when he saw that He Tian could handle it, he didn't. It was just an incomparably weak divine will. After it came out of the jade slip, if it didn't seize a cultivator's body, it would completely dissipate. This kind of spiritual will would not be able to last for long. However, it was a divine sense left behind by a supreme martial artist after all. Even though it was so weak that it was about to dissipate, it still caused a lot of trouble for He Tian. Buzz! The primordial spirit Dao sword hummed, and the rhythm of the great path circulated, displaying the supreme power of the great path divine sword. It forced the divine sense to run around, but it was a bit difficult to completely destroy this divine sense. At this time, the jade slip that He Tian was still holding in his hand changed again. 9 patterns of the great path flew out of the jade slip, suppressing the space between heaven and earth. It actually imprisoned He Tian. What? 9 patterns of the great path were imprinted in the space around He Tian, triggering a great power. Even someone as powerful as a half-saint could not move. This is the 9 patterns of the Great Path condensed by an ancient supreme martial artist. At this moment, He Tian could not help but be shocked. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that the jade slip would be imprinted with the 9 patterns of an ancient supreme martial artist. 9 was the limit of numbers. Since ancient times, most of the supreme martial artists had condensed 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns that belonged to them. Although it was only 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns, every single one of them was all-encompassing, elaborating on the truth of heaven and earth. The 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns were dim, as if they were heavily injured. Even so, they still suppressed He Tian. "You old ghost, boss, save me." He Tian was shocked, scared because he couldn't move. Even his primordial spirit, Tao sword, was suppressed, locked in place in the void. This type of unmatched immortal technique actually lost the power it should have at this time. At this time, the divine sense changed. A faint and illusory figure appeared in front of He Tian, wanting to become one with He Tian. "Roar!" Gu Fei roared. At this point, he had no choice but to act. An extremely powerful wave of power rushed out from his body. "It's useless. This fleshly body is mine." The faint and illusory figure emitted a weak divine sense. This super antique from the age of legends actually still had consciousness. "Boss, save me." He Tian's forehead shone with a godly light as his divine sense rushed out from his Niwen palace. His voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. "To think that after so many years, I would still be able to return to this world." The faint and illusory figure closed in on He Tian. Arg, arg. This time, He Tian was truly afraid. One must know that if he was seized by the divine sense of a supreme martial artist, he might not even be able to reincarnate. He would completely disappear from this world. Clang! With a sword's hum, a violet gold divine sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Swish! Without any hesitation, he wielded the divine sword and stabbed towards the faint and illusory figure. On the tip of the sword, there was a faint violet gold sword light pulsing. "Humph!" The figure formed from the divine sense sneered. 9 supreme Taoist patterns sealed the void. What divine weapon in this world could break through the power of the supreme Taos? Crack! The violet gold divine sword pierced through the force field formed by the 9 supreme Taoist patterns. Something seemed to shatter in the void. What? The faint and illusory figure was no small matter. What kind of weapon was that? Was it a supreme divine weapon? There were also 9 Taoist patterns on the body of the violet gold divine sword. When the divine sword broke through the sealing power of the 9 Taoist patterns, He Tian's entire body relaxed. Divine snatch! With a roar, He Tian used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. A heaven-devouring force rushed out of his Niwen palace and swallowed the faint and illusory figure into his Niwen palace. "This guy!" Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but jump. He Tian was really taking a risk. He actually wanted to refine the divine sense of a supreme martial artist and obtain a portion of the memories. This was very dangerous. No one knew what the divine sense of a supreme martial artist had up his sleeve. He Tian was gambling. If he won, he would obtain a great opportunity. Chapter 1807. Bees. The void trembled as boundless divine light enveloped He Tian. This was the purest form of primordial spirit energy. He was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art. 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared around him. These were immortal runes created by the peerless Tao ancestor, the bane of all primordial spirits and divine will. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He Tian was truly audacious, to actually dare to devour the divine will of an ancient sovereign. "Master, will there be a problem with Junior Uncle He?" Gu Zhong walked over. Humph, if there's a problem, then he deserves it. Gu Fei said impatiently. He Tian's actions were too risky. One must know that this was a strand of the divine will of an ancient sovereign, left behind by an existence equivalent to the peerless Tao ancestor. Although the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme immortal arts created by the peerless Tao ancestor, which of the ancient sovereigns hadn't created their own supreme god arts? Roar! He Tian channeled the godly seizing secret art with all his might. The Niwen palace in his forehead shone with a myriad of divine lights, as though a sun had appeared, illuminating the world. The 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao were imprinted into He Tian's Niwen palace, sealing the strand of divine will within. Humph, trying to seize me? I'm going to refine you. So what if it was the divine will of an ancient sovereign? It was already so weak, yet it still wanted to come out and cause trouble. He Tian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. This was a great fortune. As long as he could successfully refine this strand of divine will, he would be able to obtain a portion of the sovereign's memories. At this moment, Heng Xiong and the others were already dumbfounded. Just who were these people? They were so strong and terrifying. Before them, they weren't even comparable to ants. Heng Xiong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been chasing after the person who snatched the jade slip. It seemed that the other party was just toying with him. With such a powerful cultivation base, he could crush all of them with just a finger. Rumble, a powerful primordial spirit power, burst out from He Tian's Niwen palace, causing the surrounding void to shake. 2 divine will powers were fighting in his Niwen palace. 9 immortal Tao divine runes appeared on He Tian's Niwen palace. Immortal Tao runes sealed He Tian's Niwen palace. Otherwise, He Tian's Niwen palace would have been destroyed. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. This was the most dangerous battle. If he lost, he might disappear from this world forever. Similarly, if He Tian were to refine that strand of sovereign spirit will, it would also disappear completely. He Tian sat down cross-legged. The jade scroll in his hand was emitting light, providing energy to the supreme divine will in his Niwen palace. This was a form of threat. Shua! Gu Fei moved. Wielding the violet gold god sword, he flicked the jade scroll in He Tian's hand away and grabbed it in his hand. If Heng Xiong and the others had the jade scroll, the supreme divine will in the jade scroll would have succeeded. But unfortunately, He Tian was not an immortal, but a powerful half-saint. It was not an easy task to refine a half-saint because the supreme divine will was simply too weak. This thing, Gu Fei used his energy to suppress the jade scroll, cutting off the connection between the jade scroll and the supreme divine will. This way, the pressure on He Tian was greatly reduced. I am the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When my true body returns, all of you shall die. From He Tian's Niwen palace, a weak spiritual will rippled out. The supreme divine will could not hold on any longer and was about to be refined by He Tian. Stop bragging. I'll kill you first. He Tian did not dare to be slow. Countless array runes appeared on his body and were imprinted into his Niwen palace. He used his trump card. At this moment, Gu Fei released his spiritual will into the jade scroll. Gu Fei was extremely shocked because there was really something else in the jade scroll. It was 9 Tao runes. These 9 Tao runes were already very weak and were on the verge of collapsing. What happened back then? Even the 9 supreme Tao runes of the ancient supreme were attacked and were almost destroyed by some kind of power. These 9 Tao runes were very useful for Gu Fei and He Tian, who had already taken the crucial step of becoming a sage. They could observe the complete Tao of others to comprehend their own Tao. One must know that those who could become an extreme sovereign were people who had comprehended their own complete Tao. A flawless Tao could even suppress the heavenly Tao. However, the Tao comprehended by a sage was incomplete. Achieving Tao was only stepping onto the path of an extreme sovereign. Of course, the vast majority of people would not be able to become an extreme supreme being. The majority of them would fail on this path because comprehending a complete great Tao was simply too difficult. Dai. He Tian exerted his strength. His Niwen palace seemed to be splitting the sky and earth apart. Even with the 9 Tao runes suppressing it, cracks still appeared and chaotic aura seeped out from the cracks. Endless divine light gathered in He Tian's Niwen palace. He had successfully refined the will of the ancient supreme. He Tian laughed. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a strand of divine will that was about to collapse, it still gave him a great impact. If not for the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, he would have been in real danger. This old man is actually a being born from chaos. He was indeed invincible in the past. Mahakala spoke these words. This was the most primitive type of Xiantian life form, possessing great divine abilities the moment they were born. Their innate talents were so good that it wasn't something that Hotian life forms could compare to. This Gu Fei was shocked. An extreme sovereign before the Age of Legends. The Age of Legends was long enough. To think that the owner of the will in the Jade Scroll was even older than the Age of Legends. You guys, at this moment, Heng Xiong and the others walked over unwillingly. It's useless even if I give it to you. You'll end up getting yourself killed instead. Gu Fei glanced at Heng Xiong and said, the cultivation bases of these people were too low. There was no way they could come into contact with the Tao of an extreme sovereign. Instead, they would attract the attention of powerful beings and bring disaster upon themselves. Heng Xiong and the others were able to cultivate to the immortal realm as itinerant cultivators. Their experiences were definitely not something disciples of big sects could compare to. Please accept us as your disciples. Heng Xiong suddenly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. This person was so strong. If they could obtain his protection, they would not have to be bullied by other cultivators. Please accept us as your disciples. The people behind Heng Xiong all knelt down. Even the sloppy old man who was about to reach the end of his lifespan did the same. The sloppy old man could not hold on any longer. He had severed his own cultivation base just to obtain that jade scroll. He was so old that he was about to die. Gu Zhong had seen everything from start to end. This old man was worthy of respect. Chapter 1808. Master this, Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. It was indeed not easy for these people to cultivate to the mortal realm as independent cultivators. Gu Zhong felt the same way. Before he met his master, Gu Fei, the Gu family in the land of the sorcerer was often bullied. Even a clan was like this, let alone those lone, rogue cultivators. Heng Xiong and the others knelt on the ground. Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted by this scene. However, he had just accepted old Jiao as his disciple, and these people in front of him didn't have enough aptitude to become his disciples. Disciples could not be casually accepted. It also depended on one's aptitude. Of course, aptitude was only one aspect, but one's temperament determined everything. Deal with these people as you see fit, Gu Fei said to Gu Zhong. These people did not practice martial arts, so they could not be his disciples. The reason why he accepted old Jiao was because he thought of Shaoqing in the heaven realm. I wonder how Shaoqing and the others are doing. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. His opponents in the heaven realm were very powerful. Those people could threaten Shaoqing and the others. However, the old turtle was also in the heaven realm. With his identity as the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, Shaoqing and the others had the old turtle's protection. They did not need to fear anyone. After all, old tortoise had a grand sovereign seal in his possession. Yes, Gu Zhong nodded and replied. Then he pointed a finger and poured a strand of life essence into the dying old man's body, helping him extend his lifespan. An internal injury of the great Tao. Gu Zhong was shocked. His spiritual force scanned the old man's body and found that there was a hidden injury of the great Tao in the old man's body. This is the injury left behind by the heavenly tribulation when I underwent the heavenly tribulation back then. I have never been able to heal it. The old man's voice rang out as he said those words. He was injured by the heavenly tribulation, yet he survived. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This old man had definitely experienced things that others couldn't imagine, yet he was still alive. This old man's will to live was too strong for him to be able to successfully overcome the tribulation after recovering from his great Tao injury. Let's go in and take a look first. Do as you see fit. After Gu Fei finished speaking, he led old Jiao, Heitian, and the others into the depths of the ancient ruins. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to explore this place. Master doesn't accept disciples easily. If you're willing, you can follow me. Gu Zhong glanced at the 9 people kneeling before him and said, these 9 people were all at the immortal realm. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land needed people like this. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land only had Gu Zhong. The other members of the Gu family did not have much success. Only a few of them managed to cultivate the immortal god Tao fruit with Gu Zhong's help. Such a Gu family was too weak in this great world. Now that Gu Fei had become a half-saint, no one dared to rashly offend the Gu clan. However, the Gu clan and Gu Fei weren't of the same clan after all. Gu Fei was not an expert from the Gu clan. His relationship with the Gu clan was only that he had accepted Gu Zhong as his disciple. If the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land wanted to become truly powerful, they still needed to develop and become stronger on their own. Gu Zhong's acceptance of these 9 people had undoubtedly injected a powerful force into the Gu clan. Greetings, Master. Hung Xiong and the others felt blessed. They knelt before Gu Zhong again and paid their respects to him. Very good. Gu Zhong nodded. In fact, he valued Hung Xiong and the old man the most. In his opinion, the injuries of the great Tao were not difficult to heal. This old man had already severed his cultivation. He could take this old man as his disciple and teach him the path of martial arts. The old man's life was saved, but his physical body was still very weak. It was even worse than a mortal's. Gu Zhong took out a young king medicine and gave it to the sloppy old man. The sloppy old man's hands trembled as he took the young king medicine excitedly. The others were incomparably envious. It was the young king medicine. Just a whiff of its medicinal aura was enough to make one feel 100 times more spirited. If one were to consume this young king medicine, perhaps it could directly increase the lifespan of the elderly by 100 years. If a cultivator consumed this young king medicine, his cultivation would definitely improve. A miraculous medicine that could be called a young king medicine was not an ordinary miraculous medicine. Only miraculous medicines that were more than 10,000 years old could be called a young king medicine. A 10,000-year-old miraculous medicine was definitely a rare, miraculous medicine in the human world. All of you go out and wait for me outside. Gu Zhong really did not have time to settle down these 9 newly accepted disciples. The ruins of the mythological era were full of danger. If only one of them followed him, his life might be in danger. Yes, Master. Hung Xiong and the others also knew that they could not help Gu Zhong with their cultivation. They would only be a burden if they stayed. They could only leave. They bowed to Gu Zhong and retreated in the direction they came from. Gu Zhong did not casually accept these 9 disciples. Through his observation, he found that these 9 people were not evil or evil people, especially Hung Xiong and the slovenly old man. Both of them were righteous people that kept their promises. Since they were able to become friends with these 2 people and explore the grand myriad mountains with them, the character of the others naturally wouldn't be too bad. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. A person's character could often be seen from the friends around him. When he saw the 9 disciples carefully making their way out, Gu Zhong also chased in the direction that Gu Fei and the others had disappeared. He Tian left a mark along the way. Gu Zhong quickly caught up to Gu Fei and the others. Everything is done. Gu Fei asked. It's done. Gu Zhong replied. Haha, boss, are you really planning to establish a sect and become the founder? He Tian laughed heartily. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he was fully qualified to establish a sect, recruit disciples, and become the founder of a sect. I don't have such thoughts. Let's leave it to the next generation. Gu Fei said. He tacitly agreed with Gu Zhong's actions. He would not be the founder, and it was even more impossible for him to accept disciples. If he had these burdens, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of his life. Of course, in the depths of Gu Fei's heart, he still hoped to rebuild the Taishan sect. However, this would only be possible if he found the missing disciples of the Taishan sect. He wondered how many of his fellow disciples had been able to escape the calamity that had befallen them. The Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan. Chapter 1809. Gu Fei's sudden display of murderous intent caused the people around him to tremble in fear, especially the old dragon. His mind was shaken as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Master! The old dragon's voice began to tremble. Yes. Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but sigh. There was still an obsession in his heart that had inadvertently given birth to a murderous intent. Only by settling the grudges with the Dongfang and Beitang clans could the obsession in his heart be dispelled. The grudge between him and the Zhao clan had come to an end, but no one could guarantee that the Zhao clan wouldn't come looking for him again. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of trouble, and he wouldn't let anyone bully him, not even the clan of the ancients. Boss, what are you doing? Could it be that you sense danger? He Tian was also startled by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had actually released a murderous intent. This made him nervous, thinking that something bad was about to happen. It's nothing. Gu Fei retracted his aura, and the murderous intent immediately disappeared. At this time, everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. The group continued forward. Erebus had a deep understanding of the Tao of spell formations. Naturally, he would be the one to take the lead in this mythological era's ruins. As they went deeper, everyone noticed that the sky above their heads was getting darker. This was very unusual. It was daytime, but it was hard to see the sun in the sky. There's a law of Tao that has enveloped the entire ruin. Gu Fei said. This ruin from the Age of Legends seemed to have formed a world of its own, and the law of heaven and earth here had been changed. The ruined palace of an ancient sovereign is indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but be amazed. He had refined the will of the sovereign and learned many things. The formation of this ruin could be traced back to the Age of Legends. That was a paragon that had risen during the mythological era. For some unknown reason, this paragon had actually fought with a paragon from before the mythological era. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend apart. It practically destroyed an entire era. No one knew the final result, but a palace fell from the sky to the mortal world, forming this incomparably huge ruin. A battle between supreme beings was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even the palaces of supreme beings were shattered, falling from the sky. One could see just how terrifying that battle was back then. As Gu Fei and the others walked through the ruins, they had no choice but to be extremely careful. This was because there were still the indestructible Tao laws left behind by the ancient supremes. In the ruins, there were basically no buildings that were completely preserved. The buildings that could stand tall in the ruins were all buildings that were branded with supreme Tao patterns. Encountering such a place, they could only take a detour. How could this be? Suddenly, He Tian stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He seemed to have sensed an impossible situation. What's wrong? Gu Fei and the others hurriedly asked. This place seems to be a cage. He Tian raised his head and looked up into the sky. When he was high up in the sky, he lowered his head and observed carefully. His expression turned even more solemn. Everyone rose into the sky as well and came to He Tian's side. Following He Tian's gaze, everyone looked down. What they saw gave them a huge shock. The collapsed buildings on the ground were all in the shape of squares. Under the messy rocks, Tao patterns could be vaguely seen on the ground. The center of each square building was branded with a Tao pattern. These were incomparably ancient Tao patterns, as though there was something sealed beneath the ruins. It's really a cage. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This was way too inconceivable. For a cage to fall from the sky, it couldn't be right. Could it be that some powerful living being was sealed here by the ancient supremes? Although the various square buildings had collapsed, the foundations were still there. There were hundreds and thousands of such buildings. If it was really as they guessed, it was too terrifying. Thousands of powerful living beings were actually sealed by the ancient supremes. Was this possible? Existences that were worthy of being sealed by the ancient supremes were probably all extremely powerful. Let's go down and take a look. Gu Fei directly flew down from the sky and came to the front of a square building. This building had already collapsed, but the foundation and the ground were incomparably sturdy. They weren't damaged at all. The others also flew down from the sky. Everyone worked together to clean up the collapsed rocks and debris, revealing the ceiling Tao pattern below. This is the most ancient ceiling Tao pattern. He Tian said after carefully inspecting it. A Tao pattern before the mythological era. Everyone was shocked. Before the mythological era, there was really an era that had been annihilated in the passage of time. This was too shocking. The current world of cultivation believed that the mythological era was the first recorded era in the world. It was much older than the ancient, desolate era. After the mythological era was destroyed, countless years passed before the ancient, desolate era was formed. The ancient, desolate era had existed for billions of years, but in the end it still ended. From the destruction of the ancient, desolate era to the present day, it was believed that the world had experienced the third reincarnation, the third era, and now it was enough to prove that before the mythological era there was an ancient era. Moreover, during that era, the Supremes had already appeared in the world. This relic was the palace of the Supremes before the mythological era. The ancient seal, even after 3 long eras, the power of the seal still existed. This caused everyone to be shocked to the extreme. After such a long period of time, only the immortal Supremes' items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Only the immortal Supremes' items could exist forever. Only the immortal Supremes' items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Of course, this was also relative. If someone at the same level made a move, even the items left behind by the Supremes would be completely destroyed. Let's open it. Gu Fei decided to open the seal. After so many years, even though the power of the seal had not disappeared, it had become very weak. Let me borrow the divine sword. He Tian was very straightforward. He was also very curious. Were there really living beings from before the mythological era sealed under the seal? After so much time had passed, were these living beings still alive? Soon, He Tian used the power of the purple gold divine sword to break the seal. Countless cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone rose into the air and stared nervously at the ground below. Kacha! The ground was cracking. Cracks quickly covered the entire ground. The power of the seal was quickly disappearing. It was about to disappear completely. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, the ground below collapsed, revealing a pitch-black hole. A cloud of smoke and dust rushed up from this black hole. Everyone was on high alert. It should be known that if there really were powerful living beings from before the mythological era rushing out, everyone would be in danger. There's no aura of life. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. There was no aura of life coming from the black hole below. This meant that even if there was a living being from before the mythological era sealed in the black hole, that living being was now dead. Just as everyone had guessed, the black hole was hundreds of feet deep. There was a huge skeleton inside. This was the skeleton of a strange beast that no one had ever seen before. A living being from before the mythological era. Even though there was only a skeleton left, everyone could feel the ferocity and terror of this strange beast. It was hard to imagine how fierce and powerful this living being was when it was still alive. No living being can live in such a state for so long. Everyone was relieved. No matter how powerful a living being was, in this sealed land, it would exhaust its essence chi. In the end, it would die. Next, everyone opened 7 or 8 seals in a row. Some of the cages were empty, without any living beings sealed inside. Even if there were living beings sealed in some cages, those living beings had already become bones or dried corpses. Crossing 3 eras, under the seal, there was probably no living being that could live for so long. One should know that even an honorable being would not be able to live for so long if he was sealed. These cages were not as simple as sealing grounds. Inside the cages, there were also array patterns that could absorb spirit chi. In other words, the creatures inside the cages could not absorb spirit chi from the outside world. Instead, their own spirit chi was constantly being consumed by the cages. Crossing 3 eras, even an honorable being would probably be exhausted to death if he was sealed in this place. These guys are all poor. There's nothing left behind. Hei Tian tried his best to open the seals. He wanted to see if there were any treasures inside. Unfortunately, these living beings were sealed in here. How could there be any treasures on them? Of course, if the essence chi of these living beings had not been completely consumed, the bodies of these living beings could be considered as decent treasures. Aura of life. How is this possible? Just as Hei Tian broke open the 9th seal, an extremely weak aura of life seeped out from the bottom of the cracked seal. What? Even Hei Tian himself was shocked. Aura of life. That's right. This is the aura of life. The unknown living being in the seal is still alive. Everyone was extremely shocked. This was definitely a miracle. What kind of living being could survive after being sealed for so long? This sealed land was not some paradise or spiritual land that was filled with spirit chi. What is this? Chapter 1810. The ruins left behind from the mythological era turned out to be a prison. Such an outcome was inconceivable to everyone. Legend had it that this was formed by the fall of an ancient sovereign's palace from the 9th heaven. If this was really a prison built by an ancient sovereign, then the creature that was imprisoned in this prison would definitely have a great background. After all, a creature that was worthy of being sealed by an ancient sovereign would definitely not be an ordinary existence. Gu Fei and the others were opening these incomparably ancient prisons. The sealing power of these prisons was already very weak, but it still took them a lot of effort to break these prisons. In theory, there should be no life in these ancient prisons that span 3 eras. After being sealed for such a long period of time, even an ancient sovereign would be exhausted to death. However, when the 9th seal was opened, an extremely weak breath of life came out of the prison. Although this breath of life was extremely weak and almost negligible in front of a powerhouse like Gu Fei, the appearance of this breath of life shocked them to the extreme. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially the old flood dragon. He knew some of the origins of these ancient ruins. How could there be life in such an ancient ruin? Old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. No one knew these ruins better than him. Prior to this, only that human cultivator had entered this ancient ruin once 10,000 years ago. At that time, he was only a demonic cultivator who had just awakened his spiritual wisdom. Of course, that human cultivator was not necessarily stronger than old Jiao. However, the magic weapon in his hand made old Jiao very afraid, so he did not dare to act rashly. In the end, that human cultivator seemed to have encountered some kind of opportunity in these ruins and left happily. Since then, no one from the human clan or any other race had discovered these ruins. However, Old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. Of course, Old Jiao had entered these ruins before, but he did not dare to go deep. He only dared to wander around the periphery. It was also because of Old Jiao's cautiousness that he was able to survive until now and successfully become a dragon. If he had entered the depths of these ruins, he would probably have died inside. Be careful, He Tian reminded everyone. A creature that had been sealed for 3 eras still didn't die. Anyone would be moved. One had to understand that this was definitely a miracle. Gotcha! After the seal was broken, the ground quickly cracked and then collapsed. Everyone nervously stared at the pitch-black hole below. Gu Zhong's blood and qi surged as martial qi revolved around him. He looked like a reincarnated ancient god of war, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This, when Old Flood Dragon sensed the ocean-like energy, fluctuations coming from his senior brother. He couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely an almighty level of cultivation. On the other hand, his own cultivation base had yet to be fully consolidated. He was still hovering between the 9th heaven of a mortal emperor and the Almighty. An almost transparent beam of sword light shot out from He Tian's body. It was a formless divine sword, and a wisp of saintly might emanated from the divine sword, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Compared to the nervous expressions of He Tian and the others, Gu Fei was still very calm. There wasn't any powerful qi coming from his body. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. The seal had been broken, but nothing rushed out from the pitch-black prison below. The surroundings were so quiet that even the breathing of the people around could be heard. But no one dared to be careless. One should know that the era before the mythological era was too long ago. The things of that era had basically been annihilated in that long period of time. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Then, the scene of the dungeon gradually appeared in front of everyone. This is a huge tortoise shell appeared in front of everyone. An old tortoise. Gu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. This was an ancient creature from before the mythological era. This was a tortoise shell the size of a house. This tortoise shell had no aura of life. The aura of life came from within the tortoise shell. This was a fleshly body. The flesh and bones had already turned to dust, but the tortoise shell could not. Little nephew, go down and take a look. He Tian glanced at Old Jiao and said, "What?" Old Jiao was shocked, but then he remembered that he seemed to be the person with the lowest seniority among the people present. It seemed like he could only do this kind of rough work. "Go, I will protect you. I guarantee that you won't die," He Tian said. Old Jiao was very unwilling, but he couldn't refuse. The qi of life inside the tortoise shell made Gu Fei and the others feel a little uneasy. But the qi of life was very weak and seemed to be of no threat to anyone. Old Jiao jumped down and carried the huge tortoise shell up. Bang! The tortoise shell was placed on the ground beside the prison. The heavy tortoise shell was like a mountain, and the ground shook when it hit. On the shell that was the size of a house, there were thick lines intertwined. Upon closer inspection, these lines seemed to be naturally formed. They were natural Tao patterns. Creatures before the mythological era are indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but sigh. Innate Tao patterns were something that only Xiantian life forms could possess. Ordinary life forms definitely wouldn't possess such Tao patterns. Even the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Huang dynasty, didn't have such natural Tao patterns. Natural Tao patterns. Could it be that this is a chaotic connate creature that was born from chaos? Gu Fei was also very shocked. The connate Tao patterns on the tortoise shell seemed to still be effective. There was an invisible force that shrouded the huge tortoise shell. The inside of the ancient prison was engraved with formation patterns that could devour essence qi. But this tortoise shell was a little special. Maybe it could counteract the devouring power in the prison. There seemed to be something inside the tortoise shell. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They were sure that it was a false alarm. The tortoise shell and the thing inside it didn't pose any threat to them, because the chi of life inside the tortoise shell was too weak. It wasn't even as strong as the chi of life on an ordinary person. What's going on? He Tian carefully examined the tortoise shell. Apart from the natural Tao patterns on the shell, there was nothing special about it. This giant tortoise must have been very powerful when it was alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed in the prison by an ancient supreme being. However, no matter how powerful an existence was, it would still fall. However, there was still a chi of life coming from inside the tortoise shell. No one knew if this giant tortoise was already dead or if it wasn't completely dead yet. It should be known that the more powerful an existence was, the harder it was to die. Little nephew, it's better for you to do it. He Tian looked at old Jiao again. Old Jiao had no choice but to walk forward and directly enter the huge tortoise shell that was as big as a house. Gu Fei and the others all stared at old Jiao. If there were any accidents, they would act immediately and rescue old Jiao. Gu Fei even took out the purple gold divine sword. This divine sword was a supreme divine sword. Not to mention a tortoise shell with natural Tao patterns. Even a mortal divine iron could be split in half by this sword. It was still a false alarm. Very quickly, old Jiao walked out of the tortoise shell with an egg in his hand. It can't be! Seeing that old Jiao actually came out with an egg in his hand, Gu Fei and the others were stunned once again. There were too many surprises today. This wasn't an ordinary egg, but a bone egg. The shell of the egg was made of dense bones, and these bones were covered with natural runes. These runes were exactly the same as the natural runes on the tortoise shell. This old tortoise has undergone nirvana. He Tian stared at the bone egg for a full hour before he said this. Everyone was shocked. This giant tortoise had actually undergone nirvana. They had heard of phoenixes undergoing nirvana, rebirth, but they had never heard of a tortoise undergoing nirvana. Can tortoises undergo nirvana too? Gu Zhong voiced out the doubts in his heart. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Only He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, knew some of the secrets of heaven and earth. In theory, any powerful existence can undergo nirvana rebirth. However, the price to pay is too high. Unless it is a life and death situation, no one is willing to take this path. He Tian said, the price to pay for nirvana was too high. This was a self-destruction, cutting off one's cultivation and turning oneself into the most primitive state. This was to beat oneself back to the original state. Only those with great willpower would be able to harden their hearts and sever most of their cultivation at the juncture of life and death, thus preserving the most primordial brand of life. Of course, during the process of nirvana, a part of one's power would be sealed in one's own primitive life. After rebirth through cultivation, this part of the power would be stimulated. This giant tortoise was also forced into a dead end. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used this method to save its life. It used the natural Tao patterns on the tortoise shell to resist the devouring power in the prison. Then it used a secret technique to undergo nirvana and turned into a bone egg. Before this giant tortoise was born, it was also a bone egg. A faint aura of life was emitted from this bone egg. The aura of life in the bone egg was almost gone. If Gu Fei and the others hadn't broken the seal, this bone egg would have become a dead egg in another few hundred or thousand years. This guy is really lucky. After knowing the cause and effect, everyone couldn't help but be moved. This was a creature from the most ancient era before the mythological era. It had crossed 3 eras and finally turned into an egg. And this egg was obtained by Gu Fei. It could be said that this giant tortoise was not fated to die. Chapter 1811. No one would have thought that a black turtle born from chaos, which had been sealed for countless years, would survive tenaciously through nirvana. It had spanned 3 eras. What a long period of time. Even those supreme beings might not be able to exist for that long. Although supreme beings were said to be extremely powerful, it did not mean that supreme beings would not die. The creatures before the mythological era were still alive. No one would believe it, even if it was set out, because it was too incredible. One must know that even those ancient supreme beings had disappeared. Some supreme beings might even have fallen. However, turtles originally had a much longer lifespan than ordinary creatures. It was probably the natural longevity of this black turtle that allowed it to survive for such a long period of time. The bone egg was only 1 foot high. The lines on it were natural Tao patterns. This Tao pattern could seal the bone egg and prevent the loss of life essence. Self-nirvana and seal. This big turtle's means are indeed heaven-defying. He Tian was extremely shocked. This black turtle did not die. As long as the bone egg was provided with a steady stream of spiritual energy, this black turtle would break out of the egg and be reborn in the world. Will there be any future troubles? Gu Fei did not want to make the black tortoise reincarnate. The black tortoise's cultivation would backfire on him after it was successful. That was not a good thing. The person who would do such a thing was absolutely stupid to the extreme. It shouldn't be. Even if this black turtle can really recover its memory, it may not be your opponent. He Tian thought for a moment and said such words. The reborn black turtle's cultivation would not be too strong. It was just a newborn creature. Even if this creature's talent and physique reached a heaven-defying level, it was impossible for it to threaten the existence of the half-sage level as soon as it was born. In the end, Gu Fei put away the bone egg. This bone egg was formed after a supreme existence underwent nirvana. Such an existence's talent and physique were definitely at the monstrous level. In this world, it seemed that only Gu Fei could make this bone egg hatch quickly, because only Gu Fei could provide this bone egg with a steady stream of spiritual energy. This kind of creature born naturally had a different talent and physique from ordinary creatures. It required a large amount of spiritual energy to gradually grow such a creature. When Gu Fei was in the heaven realm, he cut out a divine egg from the body of a stone man. After so many years, the divine egg still did not hatch. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. Even so, there was still no sign of the life in the divine egg being born. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. He had already guessed the origin of this divine egg. This divine egg was probably the legendary phoenix egg. Now he had obtained another bone egg. Good things come in pairs. The bone egg was also kept in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and thrown into the place where the true dragon's divine pearl was. Soon, the bone egg gradually absorbed the essence of the true dragon's divine pearl. The fire phoenix's divine pearl and the true dragon's divine pearl were rare spiritual objects in this world. They had not appeared even once in millions of years. Gu Fei had only obtained these divine objects by chance in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. The mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own and contained many good things that Gu Fei had obtained. In the deepest part of the mountain and river cauldron, the physical body and primordial spirit of the primordial demon were suppressed. This was one of Gu Fei's trump cards. No one knew what would happen once the primordial demon's primordial spirit and physical body merged. Boss, do we continue? The huge turtle shell was put away by He Tian. This was not an ordinary turtle shell. It was probably not inferior to the stone turtle shell of the old tortoise. This was a divine object with natural Tao patterns. It had not completely lost its divinity. After sacrificial refining, it could definitely be refined into an amazing divine object. Continue. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. After all, there were not many creatures like this black turtle in the world. He did not believe that there was an existence more abnormal than this black turtle. Therefore, He Tian continued and opened all the remaining cages. There were a total of 108 cages. The remaining cages were either empty or the living beings inside had died countless years ago. Some of their corpses had even completely decayed. There were no more miracles. No one had truly explored the ruins of the mythological era. This sealed place was only a small part of the ruins. As for what was in the depths of the ruins, Gu Fei and the others really did not know. When Gu Fei and the others left the sealed place and headed for the depths of the ruins, they encountered a lot of trouble. In the end, they found that there was a chaotic zone in the depths of the ruins. Everyone was extremely shocked. Rumble, muffled thunder-like sounds came from the chaotic zone in front of them. Chaotic chi rose as if a supreme existence was splitting heaven and earth. No one could detect what was in the chaotic zone because it was an extremely chaotic place. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes could not see through it. Is it a sealed primal chaos or an entrance to the primal chaos void? Hei Tian muttered to himself. He could not see through the chaotic zone that had always existed because it was impossible for chaotic rifts to exist in the world for a long time. The laws of heaven and earth could repair the broken void. Unless the entire world was broken, the crack between heaven and earth could not exist forever. Obviously, there was a force that made it difficult for this chaotic void to repair. It prevented the laws of heaven and earth from maintaining this chaotic state. Little nephew, Hei Tian looked at old Jiao again. Uncle Hei, please spare me. Old Jiao was really scared this time. Before Hei Tian finished speaking, he shouted. This time, he would not go up even if he was beaten to death. That was the chaotic void. Even a real powerful person might not be able to walk in the chaotic void. Forget it. This time I will do it myself, Gu Fei said. If he allowed old Jiao to go up this time, the disciple he had just accepted would probably die here. Only semi-sage experts could travel in the primal chaos void. The extremely chaotic zone could cause people to get lost in it. All of their senses would be rendered useless, and even their divine senses would find it hard to penetrate the chaos. Only existences above the half-saint realm could rely on their tyrannical cultivation to enter the chaos void. Master, Gu Zhong wanted to enter the chaotic void on behalf of his master. He took a step forward. However, he was stopped by Gu Fei. Gu Zhong was already a powerful warrior, and his martial body was incomparably tyrannical. He was not afraid of the chaotic void. However, Gu Zhong's cultivation was still not enough. If he got lost in the chaotic void, he would probably never be able to come out. Rays of chaotic divine light flashed in the chaotic void from time to time. There was a strong fluctuation coming from it. No one dared to take it lightly. Gu Fei walked forward and directly entered the chaotic zone. The moment Gu Fei entered the chaotic zone, his expression changed. How could this be? He clearly felt an aura that should not have appeared. Impossible! Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This aura should not have appeared. It was beyond his understanding. This chaotic void was strange. Could it be a passage? The rays of chaotic divine light didn't appear randomly. There was a pattern to it. The divine light in the chaotic void flashed from top to bottom. This kind of divine light pointed out the direction of the chaotic void. Above. Gu Fei directly rushed towards the place where the primal divine light had landed. The heavy primal chi was blocked by the chi aura on his body, making it difficult for him to get close. Boss is moving quickly. Hei Tian could sense Gu Fei's existence. This was also the reason why Gu Fei would not get lost in the chaotic void. He had Hei Tian's Dao pattern on his body. Before entering the chaotic void, Hei Tian left a Dao pattern on Gu Fei's body. This way, Gu Fei could also sense Hei Tian's existence. How is this possible? Hei Tian's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He also sensed something strange. The Dao pattern he left on Gu Fei's body had a subtle connection with him. Rumble! In the chaotic void, Gu Fei was rushing upwards rapidly. The heavy chaotic qi could collapse mountains and rivers, but it had little effect on Gu Fei. He didn't know how far he had traveled in the chaotic void. However, he could feel that the aura coming from the chaotic divine light was getting stronger and stronger. Could this really be a chaotic passageway? Gu Fei was really moved. If his guess was right, this was definitely something that could make all the cultivators in the human world go crazy. No one would have thought that there would be such a chaotic passageway between the human world and that place. Gu Fei wanted to prove his guess. However, he realized that there was a powerful force blocking his way forward. The chaotic energy was getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, it won't be easy. Gu Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to smoothly move towards that place without any obstruction. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light appeared in front of him. A huge mountain appeared in the chaotic passageway. Dust was floating in the chaotic divine light. A familiar aura was emitted from the mountain. When Gu Fei approached the mountain, he was shocked to the extreme. This mountain was the sacred mountain that had flown out of his inner world. This sacred mountain was the ancestral land of the god race in the Hell Path. According to legend, the supreme Tao ancestor had once preached on the sacred mountain for 1,000 years. He passed down the supreme immortal Tao and founded the immortal Tao. Why is this sacred mountain here? Chapter 1812. A divine mountain blocked his path, and a vast and powerful aura descended from the divine mountain, causing Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. He had no choice but to stop. This divine mountain was the ancestral mountain that flew out from his inner world. How is this possible? Back then, this divine mountain broke through the void and rushed into the depths of the primal chaos. Gu Fei vaguely saw a cold corpse in the primal chaos resonating with the divine mountain and taking it away. Then that corpse seemed to have obtained some sort of rebirth power and came back to life. It even fought against the skeleton that crawled out from the grave of the great ominous being. The divine mountain blocked the path ahead. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. That mysterious person was extremely powerful. Even as a half-saint, he was most likely not his match. Did the divine race meet with misfortune? Gu Fei couldn't sense any aura from the divine mountain above. It was as if the divine race had truly disappeared. No one knew what happened to them. This was the divine mountain where the Tao ancestor once preached, the ancestral land of the immortal Tao. The immortal aura was vast and mighty, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. With the divine mountain in the way, he couldn't go any further. The exit seemed to be not far ahead. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Was it a coincidence or was it intentional? No one knew that Gu Fei wanted to ascend the divine mountain. However, he found that the entire mountain was enveloped by a power that made it difficult for even Gu Fei to ascend. The divine mountain was incomparably silent. There was no aura of any cultivators. That mysterious expert wasn't there either. This absolute silence gave Gu Fei a strange feeling. Preposterous. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The path ahead was blocked unless he could move the divine mountain away. However, this was the place where the Tao ancestor once preached and was supported by a supreme's power. Even if he used a supreme divine weapon, he might not be able to move this immortal Tao divine mountain. The primordial divine light shone down from the divine mountain, piercing through the void of primordial chaos. It posed a certain threat to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had no choice but to turn back. He had the Tao pattern that He Tian had left behind on him, and he could sense where He Tian was. Shua. He quickly traversed through the primal chaos, breaking through the layers of primal chaos chi as he rapidly approached He Tian's location. Boss is coming back. He Tian sensed something and knew that Gu Fei was about to return. He couldn't help but feel shocked that there was an unexpected discovery in the primal chaos. It was indeed a great surprise to both Gu Fei and He Tian. Shua. Primal chaos chi surged, and a figure walked out from the primal chaos chi in front of everyone. Master! Guzhong and old Jiao hurriedly went to greet the person who walked out of the primal chaos. Gu Fei had returned. They wanted to know what was inside the primal chaos. Boss, He Tian went forward and retrieved a Dao pattern that was branded on Gu Fei's body. I didn't expect the divine mountain of the Shen race to appear again. Gu Fei said something that shocked He Tian. He knew the origin of the ancestral mountain of the Shen race. It was the ruler of the Hell Path, the ancestral mountain of the Shen race. The Hell Path was a large world refined by the Buddhist Lord. This world was comparable to a complete world and was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Shen race was once the ruler of the Hell Path. Of course, the current Hell Path had already been refined by Gu Fei with the world origin bead. Although it was still difficult for Gu Fei to refine that world into his body with his current cultivation, he could already use the power of the world bead to draw the power of the Hell Path for his own use. Where are the people of the Shen race? Asked He Tian hurriedly. The current him was no longer afraid of the Shen race. However, the Shen race represented the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. This kind of foundation was not inferior to any ancient, desolate forces. I don't know where they are, replied Gu Fei. This matter was very strange. The people of the Shen race had disappeared, but a mysterious person had appeared. What happened to the people of the Shen race? This was something that Gu Fei wanted to know. This, He Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned ugly. Let's go. Bring me to them. He Tian pulled Gu Fei into the chaos ahead. Before he entered the chaos, he seemed to put 2 Dao patterns into the bodies of Guzhong and old Jiao. This way, he didn't have to be afraid of getting lost in the chaos. Guzhong and old Jiao could only guard outside. Just as He Tian pulled Gu Fei into the chaos channel, Hung Xiong and the others were also waiting on the cliff outside the ruins of the mythological era. Boss Hung Xiong, we entered the 100,000 mountain range to explore this time. I didn't expect that we would have a master. A big man among the 9 said. They were either sitting or standing. They were all in a good mood. One must know that ordinary sects wouldn't accept rogue cultivators like them. This was because the cultivation method they practiced had already taken shape and was deeply rooted in them. It was impossible for them to abandon the cultivation they had already cultivated and switch to another cultivation method. It's our luck to encounter such a great opportunity. Boss Hung Xiong was also very happy. He didn't have to be a rogue cultivator anymore. What kind of person do you think our master is? The sloppy old man sat on a big stone under the tree and pondered for a long time before saying this. He had lived for such a long time and was very meticulous. Ordinary people couldn't compare with him. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but turn silent. That's right, just who was their new master? Such a powerful existence definitely wasn't some unknown person in the cultivation world. In the world of cultivation, the only power with the surname Gu is the Gu family in the sorcerer land at the border between the Central Plains and the West Earth. Hung Xiong was an experienced rogue cultivator. He had been to most places in the human world. The Gu family in the sorcerer land was not a big power. However, the Gu family had a heaven-defying existence. No one dared to look down on him. Moreover, Guzhong was Gu Fei's disciple. Who was Gu Fei? There was probably no one in the world of cultivation who didn't know Gu Fei's name. He was a monster who dared to compete with half-sages and quasi-sages. It seems that we have a good master. Everyone guessed the identity of Gu Fei's master and disciple. In the cultivation world, everything was determined by one strength. There was no doubt that Gu Fei and his disciple were powerful. They were really lucky to be able to have such a master. Hey! Suddenly, a voice came down from the sky. Chapter 1813. Outside the ancient ruins, Hung Xiong and the others were chatting. Suddenly, someone rode a huge bird and flew above them. Who is it? Hung Xiong and the others were very vigilant, but they didn't notice the newcomer. It was only when the newcomer spoke that they noticed his presence. They were extremely shocked because there was only one possibility that they couldn't sense the person's existence. The person's cultivation and strength were far above theirs. Why does this person have the aura of the young medicine king? The person was a young man in white clothes with a silver crown on his head. He had a handsome face and straight eyebrows. He was a handsome man. Beautiful cultivators were very common in the cultivation world. One should know that once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could change their appearance at will. Whoosh! The young cultivator descended from the sky on the huge bird. A piercingly cold astral wind swept down from the sky. Sand and pebbles flew from the cliff. Even some short trees were uprooted. This, Hung Xiong and the others couldn't help being shocked by the scene. Their guesses had come true. This person's cultivation base really was much higher than theirs. Even the feathered animal beneath the young man's feet was very ferocious. It was a black condor. The condor spread its wings like two doors. The astral wind caused by the flapping of its wings made Hung Xiong and the others lose their balance. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, something jumped down from the hand of the young cultivator on the back of the black condor and pounced at the slovenly old man. What? Everyone was taken aback. Hung Xiong was, after all, an expert of the ninth heavens of immortal god realm. He was only a step away from the immortal emperor realm. With his sharp eyes and swift hands, he slashed at the thing that was lunging at the sloppy old man. Humph! The young cultivator on the back of the black condor quickly waved his sleeve when he saw Hung Xiong's attack. A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared and swept towards Hung Xiong. Roar! Hung Xiong roared furiously as his long hair fluttered madly. In that instant, he erupted with his most powerful cultivation base and battle prowess, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to ripple in the air. However, no matter how much Hung Xiong channeled the immortal force in his body, he could not contend against the young cultivator. The strong wind swept over and directly blew Hung Xiong away along with his sword. Hey! The clothes on the chest of the sloppy old man were torn by that thing, and a jade box fell out. It was caught by that thing. Then it jumped onto the back of the black eagle and landed on the shoulder of the young cultivator. The sloppy old man was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The jade box contained the young king medicine that his master, Guzhong, had given him. That was the young medicine king. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't obtain such a divine medicine. This young medicine king was very important to the sloppy old man. He had severed his cultivation and needed this kind of divine medicine to replenish the essence energy in his body. With this young king medicine, he would be able to recover very quickly. But now, this incomparably precious young king medicine king had been snatched away by a little bastard. This little guy is so obedient. He knows what I want. The young cultivator opened the jade box, and a wave of pure spiritual energy immediately rushed out. A divine medicine surrounded by spiritual light lay inside the jade box. On the young man's shoulder, there was a little marten squeaking happily. It was very intelligent. That was just given to me by Master. In his excitement, the blood in the sloppy old man's body surged, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was flushed red. Under the combination of shock and anger, he almost triggered the hidden injuries in his body. Master, giving a young king medicine king to a mortal. The black eagle stopped above the cliff. The young man on the eagle's back couldn't help but frown. He knew the value of a young king medicine king. To be able to give it to someone so casually, this person's master must have some background. Who the hell are you? We have never offended you. At this time, Hung Xiong, who had been sent flying by the young man, walked over. He wasn't injured, but the other party's high cultivation shocked him. You don't have the right to know who I am, the young cultivator arrogantly said. His background was too good, so he didn't care about these low cultivation vagrant cultivators. The only thing he was afraid of was the old man's master. This was a great era in the mortal world. The cultivation world was extremely prosperous. Even immortals were not high and mighty in this world. The young cultivator also knew that there were some hidden experts that he couldn't provoke. I'll be taking this, young king, medicine king. Consider it a gift from you guys. The young cultivator was about to leave, but Hung Xiong had already rushed over. Rays of bright sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the young cultivator on the black eagle. You overestimate yourself. The young man directly reached out his right hand and pressed down. Rays of pure sword light shattered under his palm. This time, Hung Xiong suffered a great impact and was directly slapped down from the sky by the young man. Boom! The cliff shook and countless rocks rolled down. A large palm print appeared on the cliff. In the center of the palm was a person. That person was Hung Xiong. Ch. Almost all of Hung Xiong's bones were shattered. His ninth layer immortal body was covered in blood and flesh. The young cultivator's attack had thoroughly defeated him. It wasn't that he was too weak. A ninth layer immortal realm cultivation was considered an expert in the mortal world. It was just that his opponent was too strong. This person was most likely a powerful immortal emperor. Without any suspense, the young cultivator's strength completely shocked everyone present. Do you know who the young king medicine is? A tall, middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Hung Xiong's. A powerful immortal aura burst out from his body. Humph, I don't care whose young king medicine it is. Anything that I, the carefree young immortal emperor, want is mine. The young cultivator seemed to be a little angry. The carefree young immortal emperor, the young master of the carefree sect. The crowd was shocked hearing this. The carefree sect was not a small sect. It had existed for a long time in the southern wasteland. Its foundation was extremely deep, on par with the Zhongli clan. Most importantly, the carefree sect was on good terms with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. There were many experts in the sect. This carefree young immortal emperor was one of the emperors in the southern wasteland. What bullshit sect is that? I've never even heard of it. Chapter 1814. The carefree immortal emperor was very powerful. Hung Xiong and the others were merely ants in his eyes. Even if he killed them all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, it was obvious that Hung Xiong and the others still had their own sect behind them. This made the carefree immortal emperor a little wary. Of course, it was just a little. After all, who would dare to provoke the carefree sect in southern wasteland? The carefree sect had a good relationship with the 4 ancient clans of southern wasteland. This was the key to the sect's development in southern wasteland. Moreover, the carefree sect itself was extremely powerful. It was said that the Xiaoyao ancestral master was a powerful half-saint realm expert. A sect with a half-saint realm expert wouldn't be weak, because a half-saint realm expert was powerful enough to deter all forces. Just as Hung Xiong and the others were in despair, a voice suddenly came from below the cliff. The carefree sect, how impressive! Immediately after that, 2 figures flashed out from the bottom of the cliff. Both of them were young cultivators, and they did not emanate any formidable aura. What bullshit sect? I've never heard of it. One of the sturdy young men shook his head and said, You! In the sky above the cliff, the carefree immortal emperor standing on the back of the black condor was both shocked and angry. These 2 dared to look down on the carefree sect. They deserved to die. However, he knew very well that those who dared to ignore the carefree sect must have a powerful background. Otherwise, who would be willing to offend such a powerful force? What about you? Hurry up and call out that young herb king and piss off. The sturdy man's temper wasn't that good. If it wasn't for him not wanting to cause trouble, this carefree immortal emperor would have already become a dead immortal emperor. Master! Hung Xiong and the others were surprised and overjoyed to see this person. At this time, Hung Xiong had barely crawled out from the giant palm on the ground. He was an immortal, so his physique was extremely powerful. His broken bones were rapidly recovering. Even though his injuries were serious, they were only injuries to his immortal body. His origin wasn't harmed. You're courting death. The carefree immortal emperor was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had dared to speak to him like this. The arrogant him found it hard to swallow his anger. The power of the immortal path exploded from his body. Bang! Young immortal Emperor Xiaoyao extended his right hand and slammed it down from the sky. A powerful force of the immortal Tao rushed out from his hand and turned into a huge hand. It instantly enveloped a part of the world and slammed down on the head of the sturdy cultivator on the ground. He had used this move to easily defeat Hung Xiong, who was at the ninth heaven of the immortal god realm. However, his opponent this time was not Hung Xiong but Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's cultivation was many times stronger than Hung Xiong's. Immense power of the immortal Tao surged down from the hand, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. Its might was not small at all. However, the two young cultivators that were enveloped by the large hand revealed a cold smile on their faces. In the eyes of the carefree little immortal emperor, this made him feel slightly uneasy. Originally, I didn't want to bicker with trash like you. However, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Gu Zhong's words didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion. He was incomparably calm. His hand slammed down from the sky. He merely stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. Boom! The immortal hand that slammed down from the sky immediately exploded. Gu Zhong then soared into the sky and instantly appeared in front of the carefree little immortal emperor. He reached out his hand and grabbed the neck of the young immortal emperor, lifting him up into the air. Who do you think you are? My disciple isn't someone you can bully. Gu Zhong was incomparably domineering. The life and death of the carefree little immortal emperor was already under his control. With just a thought, he could decide a person's life and death. Squeak, squeak. Just as Gu Zhong grabbed the carefree little immortal emperor, a white silhouette charged out from the carefree little immortal emperor's shoulder and pounced at Gu Zhong's face. What kind of beast is this? Gu Zhong's movements were extremely fast. He reached out and slapped the white sable away. It then exploded into a small cloud of blood mist in the air. A spiritual beast was killed by Gu Zhong, just like that. Roar! The carefree little immortal emperor's eyes turned red. This guy actually killed his favorite spiritual beast. He almost went berserk and struggled with all his might. What a pity! Old Jiao wanted to stop him, but he was a step too late in the end. He couldn't save the white sable. The white sable was not simple. It was very likely that it was a treasure-seeking, spiritual beast that could sense the existence of treasures. However, Gu Zhong didn't know what was good for him. He actually killed this rare spiritual beast with a single slap. Weren't you very cocky just now? Do you believe that I won't kill you with a single slap? In front of Gu Zhong, the carefree little immortal emperor didn't even have the strength to resist. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Killing this guy was as easy as blowing off dust. Do you know who I am? Let me go, or else I'll make you die a horrible death. The carefree little immortal emperor was truly afraid of death. This person was actually so powerful. In front of him, he was simply like a child. He had no strength to resist at all. Just now, the carefree little immortal emperor was still high and mighty. He didn't put Hung Xiong and the others in his eyes and was extremely arrogant. But now, even if he was a dragon, he had to coil up. Ha! Gu Zhong laughed loudly and then directly slapped the head of the carefree little immortal emperor into a cloud of bloody mist. For cultivators, the primordial spirit resided in the Naiwen Palace between the eyebrows. Since the carefree little immortal emperor's head was smashed into a mist of blood by Gu Zhong, his Naiwen Palace was naturally destroyed as well. Even the primordial spirit within the Naiwen Palace couldn't escape. The carefree little immortal emperor was dead. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and his physical body was also destroyed. With such injuries, there was only one result, and that was to die. He couldn't be more dead. Immortal cultivators all had two lives. One was the corporeal body. Even if the primordial spirit was gone, as long as the corporeal body wasn't destroyed, the corporeal body would still be able to survive. However, the divine abilities of the corporeal body would disappear along with the primordial spirit. If the primordial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator's Tao foundation would be destroyed as well. The other life was the primordial spirit. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it could be reborn through various methods. This, seeing Guzhong directly kill the carefree little immortal emperor, even the old dragon was extremely shocked. He could tell that this little immortal emperor wasn't ordinary. He was killed just like that. Hung Xiong and the others knew the origins of the carefree little immortal emperor. He was the young master of the carefree sect, but he was actually killed by his own master with a single slap. Chapter 1815. Guzhong killed the carefree little immortal emperor with a single slap. An immortal emperor was killed with a single slap. This scene stunned everyone. Even old Flood Dragon was shaken. Although he knew that his senior was very strong, he didn't expect his senior to be so abnormal that he could kill an immortal emperor with a single slap. Immortal emperors were existences second only to almighty experts. This carefree little immortal emperor's cultivation and strength were definitely at the top of the immortal emperors. But Guzhong killed him just like that. Croak. The carefree little immortal emperor died. The black eagle let out a mournful cry and wanted to shake off the person on its back. It then flapped its wings and flew back to report the news. However, before the black eagle could soar into the sky, Guzhong stomped on its back with his right foot. Bang! The black condor's body immediately exploded from Guzhong's stomp, turning into a bloody mist. Even its soul did not manage to escape, and it could not be any more dead than it was. What carefree sect? What carefree little immortal emperor? You can't even withstand a single blow. Guzhong descended from the sky. He had already retrieved the jade box containing the young medicine king, then threw the headless corpse of the carefree little immortal emperor down the cliff. At his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to fear a sect like the carefree sect. One must know that even if the carefree sect had a good relationship with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they might not necessarily be able to make the experts of the 4 ancient clans work for them. The price to pay to deal with an accomplished warrior was too great. No force was willing to bear it. Even the primordial Zhao clan had to hand over the people who had attacked the Supreme Mystery Sect in order to temporarily resolve the enmity between them and Gufei. The carefree sect won't be able to cause any trouble. Guzhong's words were a reflection of his confidence. Just as Guzhong was killing the carefree little immortal emperor, in a spiritual land somewhere in the southern wasteland, a life lamp that was burning vigorously suddenly extinguished without any warning. Roar! Very quickly, an angry roar came from the depths of the spiritual land. The entire area shook, and the aura of a saint spread out in all directions. That's where the Xiaoyao sect's ancestral court is. Is the Xiaoyao ancestral master coming out? Some cultivators near the spiritual land were shocked to the extreme when they sensed the aura of the saint. Xiaoyao ancestral master was a very old name. The Xiaoyao old ancestor was the founder of the Xiaoyao old ancestor. He was a famous figure tens of thousands of years ago. Some people said that the Xiaoyao old ancestor was a figure in the late period of ancient times. There were many legends about the Xiaoyao ancestral master, but all of them showed that the Xiaoyao ancestral master had a mysterious identity and background. After all, it had only been 10,000 years since the unfettered school had appeared. The Xiaoyao ancestral master hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, but this time there seemed to be signs of him coming out, which made the major forces in the southern wilderness a bit scared. No one dared to look down on this antiques cultivation base. However, in the end, the unfettered ancestor didn't show up. The ripples from the ancestral court of the unfettered sect quickly subsided. However, on this day, more than half of the unfettered sect's experts were sent out to the 100,000 mountain range. So be it. There's no need to worry. Gu Zhong said to his 9 disciples, killing an immortal emperor wasn't a big deal. Even if they offended the unfettered sect, they wouldn't necessarily be killed. However, his disciples still couldn't calm down for a long time, because the one who died was the young master of the unfettered sect. All of this was just an illusion. No one would have thought that the high and mighty young master of the unfettered sect would be killed by their own master. Gu Zhong and old Jiao retreated from the relic, while Gu Fei and He Tian were still trying to find a way to enter the other end of the chaotic passageway. However, the immortal divine mountain was still there. No matter what methods they used, they still couldn't pass through. Could this be the work of the supreme Tao ancestor? He Tian wasn't willing to give up. He knew that the other end of the chaotic passageway was probably that place, but they were stuck there. There's no other way. Facing this divine mountain, Gu Fei shook his head. This was the divine mountain where the supreme Tao ancestor taught the Tao. The divine mountain was imprinted with a trace of the supreme Tao ancestor's imprint. Even if they used the extreme Tao divine weapon, they might not be able to break this divine mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian could only retreat. Perhaps only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu would have a way to move this immortal Tao divine mountain that was suppressing the chaos passageway. No one had thought that the legend was real. In the depths of the relic, there was a chaotic passageway that led to that place. If people knew about the existence of such a passageway, the entire cultivation world would be in an uproar. Someone would definitely come to attack that immortal Tao divine mountain. There were still a few suspicious places in the relic, but those places weren't places that Gu Fei and He Tian could go, because those places were extremely dangerous. Gu Fei and He Tian knew their limits, so they wouldn't take the risk. In the end, they also retreated from the ancient ruins. After meeting up with Gu Zhong and the others, they planned to leave the 100,000 mountains. However, some people came looking for them at this time. The experts of the Xiao Yao sect had arrived, and they met up with Gu Fei and the others in a mountain range in the outer region of the 100,000 mountains. How dare you? You actually dared to kill my sect's young master. You deserve to die, roared one of the leaders of the Xiao Yao sect. His voice shook the sky, echoing through the mountains, echoing unceasingly. How did they know that I killed that young immortal emperor? Gu Zhong was very surprised. When he killed that young immortal emperor, he was already very careful. His primordial spirit didn't even have the chance to escape. Looks like I've underestimated the Xiao Yao sect. Gu Zhong immediately understood after thinking about it. It seemed like the carefree little immortal emperor had used some sort of secret technique before he died, allowing these people to immediately recognize that he was the one who killed him. Xiao Yao sect. On top of the mountain, Gu Fei's face was expressionless. He already knew that Gu Zhong had killed the young master of the Xiao Yao sect, but it didn't matter. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Gu Zhong's fist was harder than young immortal emperor's fist. Gu Zhong killing young immortal emperor was the same as killing young immortal emperor. There was no need to be afraid of the force behind young immortal emperor. The path of martial arts was to always maintain an indomitable and courageous state. Too many worries and guesses would only affect one's Tao heart. Master, on the opposite mountain, there were 18 golden-armored deities. Every single one of them was emitting powerful immortal ripples. The enemy's formation made Heng Xiong and the others extremely shocked. What are you panicking for? These people are just a bunch of trash. I can kill them all with a wave of my hand. It's useless no matter how many come. Chapter 1816. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you not put my carefree sect in your eyes? On the opposite mountain, 18 golden-armored deities emitted dazzling golden light, illuminating the dusky sky and earth. These 18 deities were wearing the unique golden armor of the Carefree sect. It wasn't an ordinary armor, but an immortal armor personally refined by the Carefree ancestor. Only the true experts of the Carefree sect were qualified to wear this armor. Even the Carefree immortal emperor who was killed by Guzhong with a single slap wasn't qualified, because those who could wear this armor were at least at the 9th heavenly layer of immortal emperor. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Only the strong could obtain more cultivation resources. Otherwise, if the best cultivation resources were used on a group of trash, it would only be a waste. Guzhong, this is your fault. You go and solve it. Gu Fei spoke from the top of the mountain. He wasn't very competent as a master. He only taught Guzhong the cultivation technique, but he rarely gave guidance to this disciple. Guzhong's current achievements were actually the result of his own hard work. Of course, in order to obtain great power, one could only rely on one's own hard work. Others wouldn't be able to help much. Yes. Guzhong nodded and took a step forward. This was the 8 desolation steps. When cultivated to the grand completion realm, it was said that one could travel in 8 directions with just 8 steps. His speed was unimaginably fast. With a single step, Guzhong appeared on top of the mountain opposite him. What? The 18 golden armored deities on the other side of the mountain were shocked. They never thought that the other party would be so fast. It was too fast. Even Heng Xiong and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. This master of theirs was incredible. The distance between the 2 mountains was at least 7 or 8 li, but their master had arrived just like that. Kill! The 18 golden armored deities attacked. 18 rays of golden light shot out, piercing towards Guzhong. The powerful immortal energy shook the void. Golden light flickered on the top of the mountain. Reckless fool! Guzhong didn't say anything. He swept his palm over. Powerful martial Tao, true force condensed into a huge golden palm in the void and slapped down. Boom! The 18 beams of golden light were dispersed by the giant hand. The giant hand directly slammed onto the mountain peak, sending the 18 golden armored deities flying and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The entire mountaintop exploded. The 18 golden armored deities were shocked to the extreme. Even a pinnacle almighty being would have to dodge the combined attack of the 18 of them. However, their opponent had defeated them with an even greater power. To be able to withstand my heaven-covering palm, these people are pretty good. Guzhong was very confident. The moment he used the heaven-covering palm, the 18 golden armored deities spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the golden armor on their bodies dimmed. This was the immortal Tao battle armor refined by the Xiaoyao ancestral master, but it couldn't even protect them. Could it be that the opponent was a half-saint? Although the Xiaoyao sect couldn't be compared to the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they still had a team of golden armored warriors. Although there weren't many of them, every single one of them was an expert of the sect. Run! 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 The 18 golden armored warriors only had one thought, and that was to run. These people weren't people they could fight against. The 18 of them couldn't even withstand a single attack from the opponent. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives here. However, could they escape? Bam! Guzhong attacked once again. His hand covered the sky, and the 18 golden armored warriors that were fleeing in different directions were all enveloped by the hand, making it difficult for them to escape. Rumble, the heaven-covering palm descended with a powerful force that shook the heavens and the earth. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void below the heaven-covering palm. Some of the golden armored warriors were hit by the black cracks, and their bodies immediately shattered. The power of the spatial cracks was too strong. Even the immortal armors refined by a half-saint couldn't protect them. Without any suspense, the heaven-covering palm descended, and the 18 golden armored warriors were instantly obliterated. Not even a speck of dust was left. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Master is too strong. Hung Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. One person killed a group of golden-armored warriors. If this news were to spread, the entire southern wasteland would be shaken. Humph, just some shrimp and crab soldiers. He Tian said unhappily. The Xiao Yao sect didn't have any real experts. However, the death of the 18 golden-armored warriors was a great loss to the Xiao Yao sect. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect looked at the 18 broken jade medallions. His face was extremely gloomy. Who was it? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect raised his head and roared in anger. His son was dead, and now 18 golden-armored warriors were also dead. This made him go crazy. He could only guess who killed them from the chi of the enemies. However, he didn't know who it was. Do I have to go there myself? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect walked out and arrived at the ancestral land of the Xiao Yao sect. What is it? An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. Ancestor, the 18 warriors I sent are all dead. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect lowered his head and said carefully, there was only one person in the entire Xiao Yao sect who could make him lower his head. What? The old voice was obviously shocked. Who are they? Did you find out who they are? Ancestor, I am useless. I don't know who killed our people. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect said in fear. Trash. The old voice sounded angry. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The anger of the ancestor was not something to be taken lightly. Ancestor, please help us. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect really didn't know what to do. 18 of the golden-armored warriors had been killed. Obviously, the enemy was not someone to be trifled with. When 18 warriors fought together, they could even fight against a peak-level cultivator for a while. How could they be killed so easily? Most importantly, as time passed, the aura on those people would completely dissipate. At that time, it would be very difficult to find the culprit. When the young immortal emperor died, he indeed used a secret technique. It was a secret technique of the Xiao Yao sect that could determine who killed the young immortal emperor within a certain period of time. It was also because of this that the 18 gold-armored warriors found Gu Fei and the others. This secret technique could only let the people of the Xiao Yao sect know who killed the young immortal emperor, but they couldn't find out the identity or appearance of the killer. Could it be that someone is secretly plotting against the Xiao Yao sect? In the depths of the ancestral land of the Xiao Yao sect, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. He opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. It looked like 2 bolts of lightning flashing in the sky. You can leave. I will take care of this. The Xiao Yao sect ancestor spoke for a while, then sent the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect away. Young immortal Emperor Xiao Yao was the most outstanding figure among the young generation of the Xiao Yao sect. At such a young age, he had already cultivated the immortal emperor fruit. Given time, he might be able to break through to the realm of Almighty. Such a good seedling was killed. Even the Xiao Yao sect ancestor, who hadn't paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, was alarmed. I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. The Xiao Yao ancestral master stood up from the blue stone. In the next moment, the blue stone was empty, and the faint mist circled around it. Below the Xiao Yao sect's ancestral land was a spirit vein that was shrouded in mist all year round. In fact, this mist was completely formed by the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth in the ancestral land. The Xiao Yao sect ancestor had set up a spirit gathering formation in this area, gathering spiritual essence from all directions at all times. In the entire Xiao Yao sect, only the Xiao Yao sect ancestor had the ability to gather spiritual essence from all directions for cultivation. After 10,000 years, the spiritual essence in the Xiao Yao sect's ancestral land was enough to form a mist visible to the naked eye. At this time, Gu Fei and the others also came out from the 100,000 mountain range. They had gained a lot from this trip to the 100,000 mountain range, and their foundations had become more solid. Gu Zhong, in particular, had taken in 9 disciples in one go. These disciples were all at the immortal realm, and only the sloppy old man was immortal. However, by this time, the sloppy old man had already taken the young king herb. Then, Gu Fei healed the hidden injuries of the great Tao in his body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, the hidden injuries of the great Tao were nothing. Under the nourishment of the young king herb, the sloppy old man's physique quickly transformed. His white hair turned black, and his muscles, bones, and flesh regained vitality. The frail old man had actually turned into a vigorous middle-aged man in just half a day's time. Hung Xiong and the others were dumbfounded by the old man's transformation. It was a miracle that the sloppy old man had turned into a sloppy man. No one would believe it, even if they told others. The sloppy old man was so grateful to Gu Fei and his disciples that he swore to be loyal to them. The heaven-defying means that Gu Fei and Gu Zhong had displayed shocked everyone. Even the old flood dragon felt lucky that he had such a powerful master. Hung Xiong and the others were even more loyal to Gu Zhong. Where else could they find such a powerful master? More importantly, they were the only people in their sect. If their sect became more powerful in the future, they would be the senior brothers of all the others. Being a core disciple was something that Hung Xiong and the others dared not imagine before. Master, are we still going back to Dragon Emperor City? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei. Of course, why not? Gu Fei had already achieved the semi-sage Dao fruit. It was time to shock those guys. Only now could he show disdain for the others. Very few people could threaten him. If even the Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him, the other powerful beings of the ancient race definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu could still threaten Gu Fei. No one knew how many existences, like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, were in the human realm. Chapter 1817. Dragon Emperor City. This ancient city had been standing in South Wilderness for a long time. Even in the darkest age of the cultivation world, it was not destroyed. The city wall was full of traces of time. In the evening, they came to the vicinity of the city gate of Dragon Emperor City. Immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. Actually, Hung Xiong and the others had been to Dragon Emperor City before. However, there were no immortal-level immortal soldiers guarding the city gate at that time. Therefore, they were shocked by such a great achievement. In the secular world, Dragon Emperor City seemed to be transcendent. Of course, in the eyes of all the clans in South Wilderness, Dragon Emperor City's status was second only to their ancestral land. The Supreme Dragon Emperor was once the Supreme Dragon Emperor that all the clans in South Wilderness worshipped. The era of the Supreme Dragon Emperor was so long ago that no one could remember the existence of such an existence in the southern wasteland. The new generation replaced the old one and rose generation after generation. As a result, the cultivation world could be passed down from generation to generation. Why do I feel that this ancient city is a bit different? After breaking through to the semi-sage level realm, Gu Fei sensed a bit strange qi when he came to Dragon Emperor City. He had an illusion that the huge city in front of him was alive. I also have the same feeling. He Tian nodded. At their realm, they could already sense the great Tao and touch the edge of the great Tao. The huge city in front of them gave out a special Tao qi. This shocked Gu Fei and He Tian very much. Master, what are you talking about? Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon were confused. However, they knew that something that could move Gu Fei and He Tian was definitely extraordinary. Ha! Little nephew, when you reach my realm, you will know what we're talking about. He Tian's face turned solemn for a short while. Closely after that, he revealed a mischievous smile. At this moment, Hung Xiong and the others all knew that He Tian was a powerful semi-sage level cultivator. Therefore, they were all in awe of him. Let's go. It's time to pay a visit to our old friends. Gu Fei directly walked towards the city gate, closely followed by He Tian and the others. Soon, they entered Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the streets. These people actually, after Gu Fei and the others entered Dragon Emperor City, a figure walked out of the dark. He was the head of Xiaoyao sect in a purple robe and a Taoist hat. The leader of the Xiaoyao sect sensed a strange energy coming from Gu Zhong, which made him sure that this was the person who killed his only son, the Xiaoyao immortal emperor. The carefree little immortal emperor had been killed. This was definitely a huge blow to the carefree sect leader. One must know that the carefree little immortal emperor was not only his only son. He was also the #1 candidate for the next sect leader. Now that the carefree young immortal emperor was dead, the next sect leader of the carefree sect would be replaced. Humph! I will make you pay with your blood. The carefree sect leader muttered to himself. His eyes shone with a vicious light. Then he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. With the power of the Xiaoyao sect in the southern wasteland, it was not difficult to find out the background of those people. Soon, a detailed report was sent to the carefree sect leader. That person is Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. When the carefree sect leader found out that his enemy was Gu Fei and his disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The opponent's background was too powerful, which made him very afraid. One must know that Gu Fei's reputation was built by killing. Even Azure Dragon might not be a match for Gu Fei. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to ask the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor. However, even the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was afraid of Gu Fei. The carefree sect leader was only the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor's disciple's disciple. It seemed that the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor would not risk his life to fight Gu Fei for the son of his disciple's disciple. However, the carefree sect leader knew that his patriarch had already left the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect. It would be better if they both suffer losses. By then, I will be able to completely control the Xiaoyao sect. In the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect, the carefree sect leader's face constantly changed. As an ambitious person, he didn't want to be a puppet sect leader. After all, the carefree sect was founded by the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor. As long as the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was there, the so-called sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect was just a puppet. With one word, the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor could decide who would be the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect. The current carefree sect leader trembled in fear of making the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor unhappy. If the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was unhappy, his position as the sect leader would come to an end. Nobody would like to be a puppet for the rest of their lives, including the carefree sect leader. At this moment, the 9th floor of the drunken immortal residence in Dragon Emperor City was ablaze with lights. Almost all the young powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City had arrived. Zhongli Meng, the boss of Drunken Immortal Residence, was going to invite Gu Fei and his disciple to a banquet. The news that Gu Fei had arrived made all the forces in Dragon Emperor City restless. Gu Fei was a fierce person who couldn't even defeat Azure Dragon. All the races in the southern wasteland were well informed. There was a problem within the Azure Dragon clan. Someone said that during the battle between the Azure Dragon clan and Gu Fei, the bloodline power that the Azure Dragon clan had painstakingly gathered was scattered by Gu Fei. If his bloodline strength was broken, Azure Dragon would not be Azure Dragon anymore. Although he might lose his position as the current Azure Dragon, he would not give up the title of Azure Dragon that easily. The discord in Azure Dragon clan had long been spread out. Although the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon didn't come to an end, Gu Fei had made a great breakthrough and triggered the heavenly tribulation of semi-sage level. Additionally, he had passed the heavenly tribulation successfully. Azure Dragon was definitely not able to defeat Gu Fei unless he could make a great breakthrough and promote to a quasi-sage level. Otherwise, how could he compete with Gu Fei? It was not a legend that a cultivator was unrivaled among the same level. After Gu Fei arrived, many people wanted to see Gu Fei's demeanor. All the young talents of major forces in Dragon Emperor City wanted to see this figure. Therefore, the ninth floor of the drunken immortal residence became boisterous. Of course, it was impossible for Gu Fei to meet these people in the lobby. There were other VIP pavilions on the ninth floor of the drunken immortal residence. However, the lobby had been fully occupied. In a very inconspicuous corner of the hall sat an old man wearing a Taoist robe. This old Taoist didn't have the aura of a cultivator. But even so, this old Taoist seemed to have a strange power that made people unwilling to get too close to him. Gu Fei, he's the little guy who triggered the heavenly tribulation of semi-sage level in the battle. The old Taoist was pouring himself a cup and drinking. Gu Fei is really something. He triggered the heavenly tribulation of semi-sage level in the battle. How abnormal. That's right. Even Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him. Among the rising stars of the southern wasteland in the past 1,000 years, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. With such a battle god on the way to becoming a sage, it seems that many people will be despairing. Many people were chatting, and their conversations were all about the person in the VIP pavilion. This was the opportunity to become a sage. Once one became a sage, he would be invincible in the world. In front of a true sage, all semi-sage and quasi-sage were like ants. However, Gu Fei's sudden appearance and rapid rise within a few hundred years had indeed made many people despair. With such a battle god, the competition on the road to becoming a sage would be extremely fierce. Although Azure Dragon was defeated, he would definitely make a comeback. In this great world, one had to seize every moment. No one was willing to give up the opportunity to become a sage. However, this path was too difficult. Furthermore, once someone became a martial sage, their strength would suppress all Daos. At that time, it would be much more difficult for others to become martial sages. The most terrifying thing was that the process of becoming a sage was to fight against the heavenly Tao, break through the shackles of heaven and earth, soar into the sky, and trample on the heavenly Tao. When that happened, the heavenly Tao would be chaotic, and there would be almost no chance for others to become a sage. Becoming a sage. A wisp of shrewd light flashed across the old Taoist's turbid eyes. At this moment, in the VIP pavilion, Zhongli Meng was introducing some powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City to Gu Fei. They were all rising stars in the past hundreds of years. Brother Gu, this is Gongsun Wang. Brother Gongsun is also a martial artist. However, he's just an immortal. However, many seniors think highly of Brother Gongsun. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. This Gongsun Wang was actually a cultivator. Gu Fei couldn't sense the aura coming from this Gongsun Wang, so he was likely carrying an artifact that could conceal his aura. Some people from major clans were different than commoners. Martial artist immortal. Even Mahakala was taken aback. He knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate on the path of martial arts. This person had only used a few hundred years to cultivate to the immortal god stage. This person also seemed to have a pretty good aptitude. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances at Gongsun Wang. Nice to meet you, Brother Gu and Brother He. Gongsun Wang hurriedly stood up as he cupped his hands towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei and He Tian just nodded. Based on their cultivation base and battle strength, it was already a great honor for them to meet these people. Therefore, these people dared not show any dissatisfaction. Gongsun Wang then sat down. As far as I know, martial artists have long been extinct in the mortal realm. I've not imagined that I could meet someone like me. Gu Fei was also amazed. Is the inheritance of martial artists not extinct in the mortal realm? You're right, Brother Gu. I was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of an ancient martial arts master. That's why I'm able to achieve what I have today. Gongsun Wang said. Oh. Gu Fei nodded. He didn't comment on Gongsun Wang's words. He didn't want to know too much about it. On the road of martial arts, Gu Fei only had one belief: I'm unrivaled. Even if the other party was a semi-sage martial artist like him, Gu Fei's belief would not be shaken. Brother Gu, this is Long Badeo. Brother Long. Brother Long is from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Zhong Limeng continued. Extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Chapter 1818. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was an ancient inheritance. Legend had it that this inheritance was not on the earth, but in the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area in the depths of the endless starry sky. No one knew its exact location, but there was a powerful and ancient inheritance there. You are from extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. He Tian's eyes flickered. He was very interested in this mysterious inheritance. The origin of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was definitely not inferior to those families of the remote antiquity. More importantly, he suspected that the mysterious sky beyond heaven might be a great world created by the ancient supremes. No one could imagine the means of the ancient supremes. Creating the world was just a matter of raising one's hand. The ancient supremes had a complete great Tao, and the world they created was infinitely close to the real great Tao. There was even an ancient legend that the great Tao created by the ancient supremes had a chance of ultimate transformation, and it was very likely to become a real great Tao. The world was absolutely supreme for all living beings living in it. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, and it deterred all living beings. This was a kind of heavenly might. Any living being that wanted to break the heavenly Tao would attract the punishment of the heavenly Tao. As for the Supremes, they were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They had already jumped out of the great Tao and were not bound by the heavenly Tao law. The world created by the Supremes had the highest chance of ultimate transformation and become a real, perfect great Tao. I come from extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. Long Badeo's tone was extremely calm. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was a transcendent existence. He also had a secret treasure to hide his aura, so he was not afraid that Gu Fei and the others would be able to see through him. I have long been fascinated by the sky beyond heaven. When I have time, I will go and see it. He Tian laughed. Gu Fei saw He Tian's expression and couldn't help but think, is this guy thinking about the sky beyond heaven? It is not a good place. The sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area, and its location was uncertain, so it was very difficult to find. One should know that the depths of the starry sky was not a place that anyone could go. The starry sky was vast and boundless, and even a half-saint could get lost in it. Since ancient times, many people had wanted to enter the sky beyond heaven. However, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Some people even suspected that the outer sky Divine Mountain in the sky beyond sky might be an inheritance left behind by an ancient supreme being. This inheritance was extremely ancient and powerful. Welcome. Long Badeo did not seem to be a talkative person, but when he saw He Tian's interest in heavens beyond, he had to be careful. One must know that He Tian did not have a good reputation. With Brother Long's words, I can rest assured. The smile on He Tian's face deepened. Of course, he was not a fool. Long Badeo was just being polite. He did not think that Long Badeo would bring him to heavens beyond. Brother Gu, this is Chiu Wuqing, the successor of the northernmost divine ocean. Zhong Limeng introduced the last black-robed young man to Gu Fei. The young man only nodded at Gu Fei and did not say anything. The northernmost divine ocean. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. He was no stranger to the fallen God Sea. He had once been to the God-fiend island in the fallen God Sea and encountered the God-fiend Avatar, the successor of the divine demon. Gu Fei was truly moved. The divine demon was an ancient name that could be traced back to the mythological era. The ancient divine demons were all extremely powerful and had the characteristics of the divine demon and the divine demon. They were gods in the day and demons in the night. Such a race once ruled over a region and was incomparably prosperous. However, they gradually declined in the end. In today's great era, there was no news of the birth of a true divine demon. Among the three people that Zhong Limeng introduced to Gu Fei, other than Gong Sanwang, the other two had powerful backgrounds. Haha, Brother Gu has a good eye. Brother Chiu has the bloodline of the divine demon and is the number one of the younger generation in the divine ocean. Zhong Limeng said with a smile, whether it was the extraterrestrial divine mountain or the divine ocean, such forces were not something that the Zhongli clan could compare with. This time, Zhong Limeng actually felt a little helpless when he invited Gu Fei. This was because some people wanted to get to know the human race martial physique that even Azure Dragon was no match for. It could only be said that Gu Fei's limelight was too strong. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain and the divine ocean wanted to meet this human race martial physique. How about a spar? Qiu Wuqing looked at Gu Fei and said these two words. In his eyes, there was a divine light and demonic qi intertwining, giving people a very strange feeling. The eyes of this descendant of the divine demon were like two invincible black holes that could devour people's divine souls. He Tian took a few more glances and felt that his divine soul was showing signs of leaving his body. Good guy. He Tian was extremely shocked. The number one person from the divine ocean was indeed extraordinary. His strength was probably not below that of Azure Dragon. Why not? Gu Fei met Qiu Wuqing's gaze directly. The strange suction force that was emitted from Qiu Wuqing's eyes couldn't shake Gu Fei's spirit. His spirit and physical body had long merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. Now can we? Qiu Wuqing seemed to want to fight with Gu Fei very much. The divine ocean was behind the northernmost demon region and was separated from the central plains by the northernmost demon region. Therefore, in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who knew about the existence of the divine demon clan in the divine ocean. Fighting with Gu Fei might be able to make a name for himself in the divine ocean. Very well. Gu Fei stood up. This Qiu Wuqing was very direct, and he was also very straightforward. Such people acted according to their own nature and were not influenced by the outside world. As long as they decided to do something, no one could change their mind. Qiu Wuqing spoke from his heart. Obviously, this Qiu Wuqing also had a pure Tao heart that pursued supreme power. This caused Gu Fei to have a higher opinion of him. Only such a person could be his opponent. Brother Gu! Brother Qiu, you guys! Seeing that Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing did not seem to be joking, even Zhong Limeng could not help but feel nervous. Qiu Wuqing was not a simple person. She still could not figure out the background of this descendant of the divine demon clan. As for Gu Fei, Zhong Limeng was very clear about his character. This person meant what he said and did things according to his own likes and dislikes. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Haha, Boss Zhongli, what are you so nervous about? They are just sparring. Hey, Tian's voice sounded. Qiu Wuqing had the characteristics of a demon, which made him feel displeased. He had an impulse to rush forward and beat this guy up. It is my honor to see Brother Gu and Brother Qiu's glory. Gong Sanwang's eyes flickered. He was also looking forward to the battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Gu Fei was said to be powerful, so he might really have some ability. As a martial artist, Gong Sanwang naturally wanted to see Gu Fei's methods. Long Badeo did not say anything, but he also stood up. He did not want to miss this battle. He also had the ambition to become a saint, and these two would be his strongest competitors. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Long Badeo also had to be prepared. In this golden era, there would be a rise of peerless figures from various forces. Moreover, the older generation would definitely not give up this opportunity. In the near future, there would be an intense storm that would sweep through the entire cultivation world. No one would be lonely on the road to becoming a saint. In this era, the most brilliant sparks would be produced. Swoosh, swoosh. The figures of Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing disappeared from the VIP pavilion at almost the same time. This, Zhong Limeng could not help but be shocked. These two fellows were really unscrupulous. They fought whenever they wanted to, without paying attention to anyone, and would not be shaken by anyone. After all, this was Dragon Emperor City. Interesting. Long Badeo smiled, then also disappeared from the VIP pavilion. Boss Zhongli, remember to tell Old Black the next time you have such celestial wine. Mai Tian raised his head and drained the cup of immortal wine in one gulp. Then he jumped out of the window and disappeared into the darkness of the night without a trace. These guys, Zhong Limeng was completely speechless. These people didn't play by the rules, and this caused her to be at a loss for what to do, and she became flustered. The battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing was not a small matter. Goodbye, Boss Zhongli. Gong Sunwang also left. His cultivation was not great, but he had a secret method to keep up with He Tian, Long Badeo, and the others. He did not want to miss this battle. Zhong Limeng's cultivation was not comparable to that of Gu Fei and the others, but she was smarter than them. Soon, the news of the battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing spread. No one noticed that in the lobby of the 9th floor of the drunken immortal residence, an old Taoist had also disappeared without a trace. Human martial body wants to fight a descendant of gods and demons. This explosive news spread to the entire Dragon Emperor City with the drunken immortal residence as the center. Soon, people from all the major forces were dispatched. This time, Gu Fei's opponent was not an ordinary person. He was a peerless figure who had walked out of the depths of the God-fallen sea. Others might not know about the ancient inheritance in the depths of the God-fallen sea, but it didn't mean that the higher-ups of the major forces in southern wilderness didn't know about it. The ancient inheritance in the depths of the forbidden area could never be imagined by common sense. To a certain extent, the ancient inheritance in the forbidden area was more mysterious and terrifying than those ancient forces. It should be known that the origins of ancient forces were not a secret. However, ancient inheritances in the forbidden areas like the extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain and the God-fallen Sea were covered with a mysterious veil. Facing the unknown, people's first reaction was curiosity, followed by fear. Chapter 1819. The first person to come out of the God-fallen Sea. Gu Fei stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the figure on the opposite mountain. His opponent had a secret treasure to hide his aura, and even he could not see through him. His opponent was an expert who came out of the forbidden zone for life. Gu Fei did not underestimate his opponent. The forbidden zone for life was extremely mysterious, and no one could really find out what was inside. The ancient inheritance in the forbidden zone was extremely powerful. Some people guessed that it might be the inheritance left behind by a supreme. You are very strong. On the opposite mountain, Qiu Wuqing, who was dressed in black, crossed his arms and looked at Gu Fei. Divine light and demonic qi intertwined in his eyes as if he was evolving the divine demon Tao. His words were good and concise. He was not the kind of person who could speak well. You are not weak either. Gu Fei said. Qiu Wuqing knew that Gu Fei had defeated Azure Dragon's bloodline power and still dared to challenge him. He must have something to rely on. Begin. Qiu Wuqing was very direct. He did not want to waste time. Most importantly, if time dragged on, those annoying people would find this place. It was hard not to be discovered in a battle of this level. All right. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see what these experts who came out of the forbidden zone for life had up their sleeves. Could Qiu Wuqing be stronger than Azure Dragon? Boom. At this moment, a shocking battle intent exploded from Qiu Wuqing's body. He no longer used a secret treasure to hide his aura, and a saint's aura spread out. Indeed, Gu Fei was surprised. This Qiu Wuqing was indeed powerful. It was hard for him to judge whether he was at the peak of the sage-to-be or sage-to-be. Those who came out of the God-fallen sea are indeed different. On a mountain a few hundred miles away, He Tian, Gu Zhong, and the old dragon were watching. Hung Xiong and the others were nowhere to be seen. Gu Zhong was called out by He Tian. He did not know where Hung Xiong and the others were placed by Gu Zhong. It was difficult for Hung Xiong and the others to come and watch a battle of this level. Even He Tian and the others had to be extremely cautious to avoid being affected by the battle. Swoosh! At this moment, someone arrived. Long Badeo and Gong Sun Wang arrived at the mountain where He Tian and the others were. He Tian and the others ignored them and stared at the two figures on the mountain in front of them. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as the two powerful auras clashed. This, apart from He Tian and the others, Long Badeo and Gong Sun Wang were also shocked. The cultivation and strength of the two people in front of them were far beyond ordinary people. The human martial body is really strong. Long Badeo's eyes flashed with divine light. The god-fiend body isn't weak either. Gong Sun Wang said. Xiao Wuqing was the first person to walk out from the depths of the fallen god sea. His cultivation and strength were definitely at the peak of the human realm. In particular, Xiao Wuqing had the godly demon bloodline and the godly demon body. In the distant past, it was one of the strongest body constitutions in the world. Most of the powerful constitutions that appeared in the ancient times were born with them. Only a few cultivation techniques could cultivate a powerful body, and the path of martial arts was one of them. The Buddhists also had the indestructible Vajra body, and the demons had the chaotic demon body. The battle between the two powerful constitutions was rare even in the human realm. Long Badeo was someone who aspired to become a sage, so he really wanted to know the strength of these two people. Just as Gu Fei and Xiao Wuqing were confronting each other, a figure appeared silently in the distant sky, thousands of miles away. It was an old Taoist in a Taoist robe. At this moment, the aura of Gu Fei and Xiao Wuqing was still rising. It was like two sages confronting each other. The powerful aura shocked all directions. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, He Tian and the others still felt an extremely strong pressure. All the living creatures in the whole area trembled in fear under the pressure of these two forces. It was as if doomsday had come. In the depths of the mountain, there was only silence, and no living creature dared to make a sound. Fight! Xiao Wuqing shouted loudly. A black halberd rushed out from his body, and he grabbed it. Then he directly flew up from the top of the mountain. Boom! The mountain beneath his feet exploded the moment he soared into the air. Swoosh! In an instant, Xiao Wuqing held the halberd and smashed it down on Gu Fei's head. The powerful, mysterious force shook the void and tore the heaven and earth apart. Humph! Gu Fei punched upwards with his right fist and directly used his body to meet the opponent's black halberd. Boom! Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on the halberd that was smashing down. There was a muffled sound and countless spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out with the point of impact as the center. Buzz! The void shook, and everything within a dozen miles was destroyed and turned into powder. The spatial ripples were so terrifying that even a layer of the ground below was shaved off. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. These two people were too powerful. They were far more powerful than ordinary half-sages, and had the demeanor of being invincible among those of the same level. Roar! Xiao Wuqing shouted loudly, and the heavens and earth shook. A powerful divine demon power erupted from his body, and the halberd in his hand was intertwined with the divine demon power, displaying a terrifying power. The halberd pressed Gu Fei down thousands of feet and almost shook Gu Fei down from the sky. All right. Two beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. His right fist that was on the halberd vibrated with a powerful martial arts force and stopped the downward momentum. Bang! The two forces collided again, and the two figures separated at lightning speed. Gu Fei and Xiao Wuqing stopped and did not attack. They were both looking at each other. The few attacks just now were extremely fast. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither could suppress the other. Of course, this was just a test attack. Buzz. At this moment, the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand vibrated and countless divine, demon, Tao patterns appeared on the halberd. Within the halberd, an extremely powerful force was awakening. This halberd was not a sacred weapon, but a divine demon weapon that Qiu Wuqing had refined himself. Qiu Wuqing had branded his own Tao patterns on the halberd, and it was like a part of his body, allowing him to use it with ease. The compatibility between a self-refined divine weapon and the user was incomparable to any other divine weapon. Only a self-refined divine weapon could the owner of the divine weapon unleash the maximum power of the divine weapon. I'll just play with you. With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a black divine sword appeared in his hand. A cold ripple of sword qi spread from the sword. This black sword was a divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Star Sword. The divine sword was branded with 9 martial Tao mantras, and there was a trace of Tao rhythm lingering around it. A divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. Chapter 1820. Even in the 3 realms and 6 Taos, the 9 Heaven Stars iron was definitely a rare, immortal divine material. It was a divine material exclusive to ancient supremes. Only ancient supremes could refine this immortal divine material into a divine weapon. Long Badeo and the rest would never have imagined that Gu Fei actually had a divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. This divine sword was obviously not an extreme divine weapon. This is a divine weapon that he refined himself. Gong Sun Wang said with extreme shock, "The divinity of the 9 Heaven Stars iron could not be concealed." There seemed to be spots of starlight flickering inside the black divine sword. Within the divine sword, there seemed to be an endless starry sky. Under his refinement, the 9 Heaven Stars iron in Gu Fei's hand had already transformed into a semi-sage weapon. The 9 martial incantations imprinted on the divine sword were faintly discernible. Fight! Qiu Wuqing directly charged over with a huge halberd in his hand. The black halberd was like a supreme weapon in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It emitted a strange power that could disturb one's mind. This power seemed to be able to extract one's soul from one's body. Divinity and demonic coexist. This race is incredible. Gu Fei felt great pressure. The divine demon race was extremely powerful in ancient times. The day was the god and the night was the demon. The power of the gods and demons intertwined, and their combat power was endless. This was one of the most powerful races in ancient times. Clang! Gu Fei went up to meet it. The 9 Heaven Stars, sword in his hand, collided with the opponent's huge halberd. Dazzling sparks burst out, and a strong light streaked across the dark void, instantly illuminating the heaven and earth. The 2 figures quickly separated and then collided again. Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing moved quickly in the void. The divine weapons in their hands collided continuously, and the clanging sound spread out for thousands of miles. Every time they collided, there would be a strong flash of light, illuminating the heaven and earth. This person is powerful. He can actually fight with your master. On the top of a mountain hundreds of miles away, He Tian's eyes were intertwined with Yin and Yang divine light. He was using the Yin-Yang divine eye to watch the battle because it allowed him to see the details that others could not. The God-fiend body is really powerful. Long Badeo's voice resounded. Qiu Wuqing's performance had exceeded his expectations. Qiu Wuqing was much stronger than he had imagined. He had indeed underestimated the lineage of the fallen god sea. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was transcendent. Every generation that came out of it was extremely powerful and qualified to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Long Badeo indeed had the right to be arrogant, but when he saw the cultivation and battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing, he couldn't help but be moved. The competition in this world is very intense. Under the heavenly Tao, there could only be one sage. As long as someone became a sage, others who wanted to become a sage would have to wait for a very long time. Only after the heavenly Tao recovered would they be able to attack the sage realm again. Therefore, no one was willing to see others become saints. However, the heavenly tribulation to break through to the sage realm had yet to appear in the human realm. Everyone who was interested in becoming a sage was preparing for it. Now was not the time. The heavenly Tao was not yet complete. What god-fiend physique? The martial physique is the strongest. Gu Zhong was somewhat disdainful. He was very confident in his master's battle prowess because the martial physique was also one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, it was cultivated. Clang. The battle continued. In just a few breaths' time, the two divine weapons had collided thousands of times. The powerful impact made Qiu Wuqing's hands a little numb. The opponent's strength made Qiu Wuqing's battle intent boil. He had always pursued the strongest power. Meeting such an opponent would only make him more excited. Be careful! The god-fiend power in Qiu Wuqing's body was vast and mighty. Divine and demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on his body. His power was still increasing, as if there was no end to it. Buzz! The halberd in his hand was vibrating. The Tao patterns that were imprinted in the halberd were all awakened. This was a power so powerful that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Swoosh! With just a light wave, a large area of the void collapsed. The halberd became even more terrifying. It actually almost smashed Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword away. Gu Fei was forced to retreat again. This was the second time. There had never been anyone who could force him to retreat twice in a row. This was unprecedented. Martial artists were invincible in the same rank. An ordinary half-sage who met Gu Fei was like a child meeting an adult. How could a child defeat an adult? However, the situation was different now. The god-fiend body was really powerful. Qiu Wuqing could completely control the divine and demonic powers in his body. The intertwining of the two powers could give him almost endless combat power. The power of the halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand increased by almost 3 times in an instant. If it was someone else, the divine weapon in his hand would probably be sent flying with a sweep of the halberd. However, it was a pity that Qiu Wuqing met Gu Fei. The power of the martial body was displayed at this moment. Not only did the 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hand not fly out, but it also exploded with a divine light. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and the 9 martial mantras inside the divine sword lit up. The sage Taoist rhymes surrounded it. At this moment, the divine weapon seemed to have turned into a sacred weapon. The most intense collision occurred. The power of the divine weapons in the hands of the 2 experts were fully activated. Qiu Wuqing could no longer force Gu Fei to retreat. The halberd and the divine sword collided continuously. A large area of the void was annihilated. The 2 experts even fought into the broken void and into the chaos. The human race martial body has become strong. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the old man sighed. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei moved him. This was a powerful opponent. With such a war god on the road to becoming a saint, it would be very difficult for others to surpass him. The road to becoming a saint in this life was likely to be filled with blood. Rumble! Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing directly broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. At this point in the battle, they still had not used their trump cards. Both of their hands were dripping with blood as they held onto their divine weapons. The powerful impact had caused their palms to split open and bloody wounds to appear on their palms. At this moment, many figures appeared in this area. Some powerful existences had finally arrived. The battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing had caused a huge impact. Even cultivators thousands of miles away could sense it. Powerful cultivators were very sensitive to the fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. They could sense the changes in this part of the world. More and more people rushed over. This caused the 2 who were in the middle of the battle to frown. Among these people, there were even enemies of Gu Fei. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei had to be careful and guard against sneak attacks from the enemies in the dark. Roar. Gu Fei wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and no longer held anything back. With a furious roar, a heaven-shaking power erupted from his body, causing the entire world to tremble under the might of this power. What